X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me not now, punch your things down. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everyone, I have some interesting news for you all. I went ahead and upgraded my lighting setup for my stream. Before, I was using 3 RGB floodlights pointed up at the wall that were all set to do an RGB cycle through all the different colors at a different rate, so it would sort of have a different colored rainbow effect in the room, which would look nice, right? I decided to look online, just kind of looking for cool lighting gadgets. Hey, Hashed. Curious to see if I could find anything more interesting than what I've got going on now. When I found something that almost looked like it had to be, like it was being advertised way too much, like it was being over-advertised. Like the quality of it was dishonest in the advertising. It looked like it was just too good of a product as advertised for the price. It was like $30 for this thing on Amazon. And I ordered it just to see. It arrived today, hooked it up, and oh my god, it works exactly as advertised. Arguably better than advertised. Are you guys ready to see my new lighting setup, guys? 3, 2, 1. What do you guys think? Thoughts? I'm really curious what your thoughts are on the new lighting. Oh, did I forget to reduce the delay? I haven't streamed in a hot minute. I bet. Son of a bitch. I forgot it's set. I have to manually set it every time I go live to ultra low latency to get the 5-second delay, or it automatically sets it to a 10-second delay. It sets it automatically. There's no way to make sure it doesn't do that. You have to remember every time. I fucked up. So you've got a 10-second... I think it's 15-second delay on the stream. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Marco. And now if you guys say Polo right away, you guys will be able to see how long it takes for your messages to come up. It's going to be a hot minute. It's going to be... I think it might be a full 15 seconds that YouTube automatically sets it to. God, that's going to make it pretty much impossible to interact with stream. That really sucks. Should I fully restart the stream? Yeah, it's a full 15 seconds, maybe even 20. Wow. Wow, that took a while. That was a hot minute. I don't know if ending and restarting is a good idea. Ugh. Do a quick restart? Well, it wouldn't be a quick restart. It's a whole process. You know what I could do instead? I could embed the Twitch stream on the website instead of YouTube. And then just keep the YouTube stream going. And, you know, YouTube chat can suffer. It's just more of a reason to come to the website. And then we solve that problem. Yeah, hold on. One sec. I got an easy solution to this issue. Easy solution. Come on, not in caps. Yeah, there we go. That should do it. That should definitely do it. Zan, why are you drowning? Okay, so now that we've got the Twitch stream going, and that should have no delay. Yeah, like Polo. I see you guys. All right, let's try this. Marco. Now it's Twitch. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's like 3 seconds maybe? That's like 3 seconds? Yeah, so if you're on YouTube chat right now, you have a massive delay. But I don't really read your messages anyway, so you might as well come to the website. Also, I applied for Twitch partnership. Did they get back to me on that? They can take forever to get back to you on that. But did I get partner? No, I'm still affiliate. Did they reject me? Let me check. I applied for Twitch partnership now that they do the thing where you can... multi-stream. Okay, no, they haven't gotten back to me yet, so I'm not rejected. I could still get, the acceptance message. Okay, cool. Yeah, getting partner on Twitch would be nice. The main reason I want it is so I've got the check mark on Twitch, and people, when I go into, like, their chats, know that it's actually me. Because I go into people's chats and, like, is that the real Xander Hall? And it's like, I stream on YouTube, not Twitch. I don't really, like, I can't... I don't have as much of a presence on Twitch. I don't have the check mark. It's harder to prove, you know? Yes, River Spirit, we're going to get into that. Don't you worry. Anyway, now that I finally fixed the issue, we can get into my awesome new lighting. So I've got this remote that controls the lights, and I can go through a bunch of different color schemes. I'm curious what you guys think is the best. This one's kind of like a green with a bit of red and white in it. I don't really know what this one's supposed to be going for. It's very bright, kind of like a bright energy of sorts. Not my favorite. This one is pretty high up on my favorites list. This one's dope. This one feels like I'm surrounded by void energy. This one's dark. Oh, yeah, there we go. This one's the RGB color cycle. So I'll let this one go for a minute. This one literally just cycles through all of the colors. We could do that, but it's up to you guys. This one, I'll let it cycle through. The stars were cool. Well, the stars I can actually turn off if you guys prefer it. Do you think it looks better with or without the stars? So this is with. This is without. With. Chat. Okay, I see a lot of people saying with. A pillow says without the stars. It seems to depend on the color. I'm fine with it going through the cycle. Ooh, that's a cool one. The deep purple. Wow. Ooh, that's so cool. This is so pretty. Let's just let it do the cycle, dude. Would it be too distracting if we just let it do the cycle? So my goal, I need to get some sort of really soft lighting that I can clip somewhere up here to light up my face that doesn't even reach that far. Like so mild of a light, so dim of a light. It lights up my face and gives good lighting for the camera, but can't even disturb anything behind me. That's the goal. Big void energy, yeah. And then it becomes the Bifrost. Yeah, I have it on the cycle. It's just going through all sorts of different colors. It's really cool. But yeah, this thing was like 35 bucks on Amazon, I think. I don't remember. Here, let me see if I can find the Amazon. Let me see if I can find the link on Amazon to where I bought it. Let me see if I can get the link. Yeah, $35.99 on Amazon. This should... E. Yes, I do, Nevi. I'll get more into that in the future. Here is the Amazon link. There you go, guys. That will allow you to buy one of these if you want to get one for yourself. I'm thinking of buying another one. If you guys donate... If you guys hit at least half of the donation goal today, I will buy a second one and set it up facing the opposite direction so that the pattern overlaps and lights up more of the room. Because I have some dark spots that need to be lit up around there, and particularly, like, it could use a little extra layer of it, I feel like. So, and it'll also light up the room more, which will light up my face more. So I will buy another one today on stream if we hit half of the dono goal on stream. And next stream, it'll have arrived, because it'll arrive overnight, because Seattle, amazing shipping. And it'll look great. Xana, did you hear the transphobic Home Secretary of the UK got fired today? Well, that sounds like good news. That's awesome. That's cool. Love to hear some good news coming out of Britbonger land, for once. In the distance, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. 17 goddamn months. Thank you so much. That is really impressive and kind of you. And then, of course, Naomi Chance, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, localized, or at this part of the country, localized entirely within your room. May I see it? Hold on, let me find... There's a really good video. Steamed Ham's Good Ending. Fuck, let me see if I can find it. Here it is. This video is so fucking good. I love this video so much.
Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions.
Ah, Superintendent Chalmers, welcome. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon.
Yes.
Oi, gods! My roast is ruined.
But what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Wait, now this bit might get me copyrighted.
Stretching my calves on the windowsill. Isometric exercise. Care to join me?
Why is there smoke coming out of your oven, Seymour?
Ooh, that isn't smoke, it's steam. Steam from the steam clams we're having. Mmm, steam clams. Woo! Superintendent, I hope you're ready for mouth-watering hamburgers.
I thought we were having steamed clams.
Oh no, I said steamed hams. That's what I call hamburgers.
You call hamburgers steamed hams?
Yes, it's a regional dialect.
What region?
Upstate New York.
Really? Well, I'm from Utica, and I've never heard anyone use
Well, what is this? Do you not know what steamed hams is, Little Morphine Annie?
the phrase steamed hams.
Oh, not in Utica, no, it's an Albany expression.
I see. You know, these hamburgers are quite similar to the ones I have at Krusty Burger.
Oh, Patnut Skinner Burgers, old family recipe.
For steamed hams.
Yes.
Yes.
They're actually
and
under the
you call them
Northern
steamed
Lights.
hams despite the fact they are obviously grilled.
Yeah, you know, the one thing I should... Excuse me for 1 second.
Of course.
Oh, that was wonderful. Good time had by all. I'm pooped.
Yes, I should be.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis! At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen.
Yes.
May I see it?
Yes.
The ending is what I like about this video so much. The good ending. They actually went into the Northern Lights to film it. New Doobus Goobus video just came out? Aw, shit. Aw, shit. Kingdom Hearts Sex Ed. Okay, we're not gonna watch that. Because I'm gonna watch that one off stream. And I want you guys to watch Doobus Goobus videos because they're animated. I want to show you guys a different video. I saved this one to show on stream. Hypers in chat, if you are a watcher of Attack on Titan, such as myself, you don't have to worry, there'll be no spoilers for the finale here. You don't need to have seen the finale. There will be no spoilers. However, there's this really funny video I discovered called What People Who Hated the AOT Ending Thought Was Going to Happen. And I enjoyed it muchly, so I figured you guys might want to see it. There's not really spoilers. They're anti-spoilers, but okay, let's go.
Wow, Aaron. I can't believe killing off all of humanity actually worked, and you came back to us safe and sound.
Yeah, I can't really believe it either. Like, just wow. You know, I'm just such a lucky guy, you know.
Oh, Aaron, can we please have beautiful mixed race babies? Look, all of our dead friends are back.
Aaron, my boy, it's me, Pixis, the fan favorite character. You did us all so proud, my boy. I was watching, Aaron. I was watching from the gulag. I was waiting to respond. You did it. You clutched the W.
Fuck.
You're keeping that man bun, right?
You already know. I wish I could still dab people up. Wait, what if I... Man, it's so so cool how humanity will never have any wars ever again. Also, I guess I'm just a cuck now. Don't you worry, my boy. There are plenty of women left for you in the scout regiment. I'll hook you up with a thick Latina from the Bronx. How does that sound? Does she have a good relationship with her father? No.
Just goes to show you that genocide is the answer.
Hooray!
Hey guys, I'm gonna need a new place to live. The rumbling kinda leveled my house and my wife and
Why
kids.
are you black? It's over, Aaron. I've taken the black pill. I joined Hustler University, Aaron. Now I have become the Sigma, and you, just a beta cuck.
I've relinquished my Sigma male status, Armin. Now, I've become a gooner!
Gooning won't set you free, Aaron. Now.
Okay. I figured you guys would enjoy that. Wait, so that's not what happens? The creator of AOT, Hajime Isayama, is just fucking sweating after watching that. Like, holy shit. How can I ever compete with such fire? Okay. Thank you all for being here. I love you all very much. We are in the void right now. Now we're in hell. I like how it just cycles through. Should we stick to one color or like... Okay, chat. Type your favorite color that this thing has cycled through in the chat, and whichever one I see the most of will do. Cycle is also an option. Purple, purple, blue. Oh, that's a lot of purple. Purple's really popular. Wow, I think purple wins by a long shot. Like, the voidy purple seems to be winning by a long shot. Obviously, I'll color it based on holidays, too. Like, 12 Days of Christmas will be green and red and a bit of white. Like the classic Christmas colors. Okay, so everybody seems to like purple the most. Okay. Like this purple or the purple with like a bit of red in it to make it a little bit more voidy. Like the purplish, the purple with like the reddish pink in there to accent it. Bit more red. Yeah. Y'all want the bi purple. Yeah, here it is. This is the bisexual flag purple. Dude, now you guys, like, this is like the ultimate evolution of bisexual lighting. I actually, oh, a fucking Twitch ad? That goes hard as fuck. You guys have to watch my Twitch ads? You guys got to sub on Twitch. Ooh. Oof. Make sure, actually, you can just log in to my website through Twitch, and if you have, like, Prime or whatever, you won't get ads, right? Isn't that how that works? Make sure, at least, that you've logged into, like, my website through Twitch. It's worth doing. Why is it 2 minutes long? Oh. Yes, you're finally valid, Maddie Kitten. I'd say I've got the best, like, breadtuber lighting there is right now. Like, look at this shit. This goes hard. Man, you guys are just, like, getting bombarded with ads right now, huh? One minute left? No, I'm live on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but YouTube's having to deal with a massive delay. It's a 15-second, maybe more delay on YouTube. Imagine having ads. True, Hash knows how to avoid ads. Hash is the based tech duder in my community. Yeah, Noah Simpson could never spend $35 on this thing from Amazon. He could never. People trying to use Twitch ad blockers on Zan streams. Honestly, if it's Twitch, I don't mind as much because I really don't make a significant portion of income there to the extent that the payouts are very sparse. So it doesn't really account for much of my income. Like, I don't really account it much. It's like a little cherry on top. Every couple months, I might hit the $100 threshold. So I really don't mind if people ad block my Twitch stream. YouTube is my primary source of income to survive. So when people ad block that, it definitely feels a little shittier. Because, like, I make all my content available for free. Mommy Yuzu, thank you for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Very based and kind of you. Thank you so much. And then Exolar Gaming, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very based and kind of you as well. Thank you so gosh dang much. And then Exolar, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to Little Morphine Annie over on website chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you for the $5 dues. Said, nope, get lost, white name. I hope Little Morphine Annie appreciates the blue name. Thank you so much. Exolar, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I'm assuming that's a 1-monther. Let me know if I'm wrong. Thank you so much for that. Says, deleting the white name. Thank you for joining the Purple Club. Just a 1-monther? Thank you so much, Exolar. Thank you for the $10. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the support right out the gates of the stream. It really does help a lot. All right. Before we start out segments, I'm curious, where, in regards to country, and if it's America, what state, if you feel comfortable saying, are you watching from right now? I'm curious. I want to see how broad my audience that's watching is at the moment. Obviously, you don't need to feel pressure to post if you don't want to. Just know I can already check, if you have a website, you know, if you have an account on my website. North Carolina, Portugal, Oregon, Colorado, Phoenix, Michigan, Georgia, Mexico City, Texas, California, the Principality of Andorra. I don't know what that is. Sounds made up. Canada, Pennsylvania, Idaho, California, but may move to Colorado. Smart. Italy. Wow. UK, but I'm Italian. Mormonia. Don't know what that is. Arizona, California, Minnesota, Quebec, Canada, America, Washington, that's where I am, Canada, Kansas, Guyana. Holy shit, that's cool. I live in the province where people wanted to join the USA, Alberta, based. Albertans are okay if they want to join the US. North Carolina, Northeast Ohio, Ontario, Wisconsin, Alabama, Germany, based. In New Brunswick myself, Antarctica, Brooklyn, California, Ireland, but from the Philippines, Poland, Utah, Antarctica. Oh, Mormonia is Utah, okay. Andorra is a little country between Spain and France. It's basically Catalonia, so anarchists only not. Okay. Xanderhall listing the countries he will invade once he gains enough power. Oh yeah, I will literally, like, be your future president. Hey Xanderhall, want to hear a funny joke? No. I'm a leftist. I'm anti-humor. I want to ban funny. Don't you guys know? That's what we SJWs are trying to do. We're trying to ban humor. Hey, Zan, can you give me a ring after stream? Oh, yeah, I can call you after stream. Sorry for being very aloof lately. I've been quite busy. Guys, I've spent several years trying to get a good friend of mine and, like, our entire friend group into World of Warcraft. I knew they'd really like it, but every time I tried to get them into it, shit just came up, and they were never really able to get past that, like, hook point, you know? And for a while, I thought all hope was lost, okay? They got me into FF14, which I really love, to be fair, but I really wanted to get them into WoW. Because I feel like it's honestly not too hard to split those two MMOs. And we have plenty of free time to game, okay? Listen, guys, I'm not dating, all right? I'm not in any relationships. I've got plenty of free time to game. And so, with that in mind, I figured, like, there was really realistically no chance of getting him into WoW. But then World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore came out, and that interested him. So he made some characters and started leveling, and he actually got really into it. And then he managed to convince another one of our friends to join. who also got really into it. So now there were 3 of us all saying, oh, this is so fun, always in the VC, screen sharing and playing the game. And day by day by day, over the last 5 days, we've been just fucking no-lifing WoW as the group of people we've gotten into our group grows. Zan Aromantic arc confirmed. I am unironically in my Volcel arc, okay? I hate to say it, dude, but the shit about Gen Z dudes just kind of not wanting to, do dating or relationships is pretty fucking accurate. To be completely honest, the experiences I've been through are probably not too dissimilar to what a lot of guys my age have been through, and I honestly can't blame most dudes my age if they've gone through anything approximating what I have and just are not able to trust anybody in relationships or, want to even deal with the drama or the amount of effort that you have to put in. Or the money, or the fucking, everything you have to put in, right? It's so much sacrifice for the sake of, somebody who could very well just be playing games, right? You don't want to, you don't really want to do that. Real dating sucks ass. Yeah, there's a reason why so much of Gen Z men, in particular, are just checked out. I mean, just go outside and talk to people. I use biking and my dog as an excuse. Yeah, I mean, I go outside and talk to people all the time. I just don't really care for dating. I'm not saying I couldn't get a girlfriend. I absolutely could. I just genuinely do not care to. Especially because, listen, the idea of having a girlfriend is great until you're doing a WoW binge with the boys and you check Discord and oh shit, you've received 5 DMs from your girlfriend, over the last hour, 10 in the last 5. You forgot to message her back each time you've checked. You're about to be at least in a little bit of hot water because you dare to let your ADHD get the better of you and immerse yourself in something you enjoy. That's not fun. That's not enjoyable. Oh, I hate clinginess like that. I've dealt with that too many times to count, my friends. Polyamory, bud. I'm sorry. Listen, I don't dislike anybody who does polyamory, but I truly would not be able to respect myself if I was in a polyamorous relationship. And I don't think it's bad that people feel that way. Some people just have different preferences. Dating is very weird, and I'm saying this in my 30s. Yeah. This is actually somewhat related. I'm going to elaborate more on this topic in a way I think a lot of you guys will enjoy at the last segment of this stream. I'm going to give you guys a little teaser, okay? For what the last segment of this stream is going to be. There's a YouTuber I discovered recently. She is actually surprisingly popular within my community, it seems, based on the fact that I mentioned her and my comments seem to have a positive opinion of her. And I've enjoyed her videos for a little bit, but something always stuck out to me as sus. And eventually I found something quite solid. Just by chance, just with her videos auto-playing on the side while I was grinding Classic WoW Hardcore. This YouTuber is Dadvocate. I don't think she's a full-on Redpiller, but there's some sus shit we're going to be going over. So if you guys know who she is, you guys either don't like her and are pretty hyped, like her, and are really curious what I have to call out. But yeah, oh, this bitch, some people here know what I'm about to be talking about. When I mentioned that she might be sus in one of my videos, my comments were full of my own fans, lighting me up and roasting me for daring to, question whether or not she could be right-leaning. People, her fan base is very defensive of her against claims that she could be red pill associated. And that, includes my own fan base that's shared with her, so Very curious to see how that's going to fly with my own audience when it goes up on YouTube, because that'll be the last segment of this stream. Yee. Okay. God, I am hungry. I have not eaten today, but I'm just going to push through the hunger, to be honest. Like, I'm just going to push through the hunger. I'm going to do it. I always see people say, "Oh, but polyamory works great for me," and then then you find out their lives are nothing but pure drama because they and their partners are all insane. Yeah, now, to be fair, there's a fair amount of bias in this, because if you're looking for it, when you look at abnormal relationship, like, dynamics, you're looking for flaws, unlike more traditional ones, where when there are flaws, you're just like, that just happens, you know? But to be fair, like, the majority of traditional relationships are quite, are quite weird themselves. I will admit, I do think I see more drama and potentially relationship ruining stuff go down when I see polyamorous relationships. I've seen a lot of unsuccessful ones, but I've seen a lot of very successful ones too. So I really think that it's just bias. I think people look at polyamorous relationships and they look at more traditional ones, and when they look at the problems that become apparent in traditional ones, or the same problems becoming apparent in traditional ones, they end up getting really upset, and they like look for it and they notice it when it like really isn't worth like freaking out over, and they totally look over it in more traditional ones. The fact is, it really depends on the people. Yeah, I agree with Das Ella in YouTube chat. It really depends on the people getting involved. Some couples will just literally never be able to do polyamory. Some people will just never be able to do polyamory, and I need to emphasize it's not their fault. If you're the type of person who genuinely gets too jealous to share your partner with someone else, that is not a bad thing. That is not like, that doesn't make you a lesser person, and do not let lefties shame you for that, okay? You are allowed to have your own relationship preferences, and you should not let anybody put you down for it, okay? I see a lot of lefties try to say that people who aren't open to, particularly guys who aren't open to open relationships, are like insecure, and I think that is a really toxic idea to throw out there, because you are actively shaming the vast majority of people's sexual desires, and that's just going to alienate them from your side of politics. Like, when your social discussions are about putting down the vast majority of people's relationship dynamics, it's not going to work out well. You guys are getting an ad? Oof. Oof, the ads, they be happening. Yeah, you guys are getting ADHD. Ha ha ha. Ads in HD. Anyway, let's start the first segment, huh?
Cancel culture. Oh, I'm prepping the segment, guys. Don't worry. God, Google sucks. Just let me copy-paste that fucking line. It's so much easier to do it that way.
Uh. Okay. Neat. Okay, thank you so much, Opera GX, with your fucking breaking tabs out of my windows bullshit whenever I want to move tabs around. Oh, God. Oh, God. The streamlining of technology is only making it worse. All right. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, surprisingly enough, I have found a reason to talk about FF14, that is Final Fantasy XIV, in a politics segment, believe it or not. You see, recently, there was quite a bit of drama in the Final Fantasy XIV community. For those that don't know, it's an MMO. It is in the Final Fantasy franchise, but if you're not familiar, each game is effectively a standalone thing. You don't need to have played any of the others to enjoy any of them, right? Like, you just start with FF14, you'll figure out what's going on. It's an MMO, and it is currently the biggest MMO in the world. It has pretty thoroughly dethroned WoW, I would say, in regards to the, like, player base, popularity, all that good stuff. And while WoW does seem like they're making moves to try to maybe bring it back, especially with the World Soul Saga stuff they just announced, super hyped for that, FF14 currently holds the crown. And I say that as a very long-time WoW player who only recently got into FF14 because of some friends. Which, by the way, I have a Final Fantasy XIV free company, which is basically like a guild. If you want to join me, press !FC in my chat, and a link will pop up to the Discord where you can join to hop in there, and it's my free company Discord. You can join the server that we're on. There are rules in there for how to join the free company in the game. I hop in VC a lot, and we run dungeons and raids and world content. We watch movies and TV shows in the VC. It's basically the best way to play the game with me. So !FC in chat, and you'll get a link if you want to join that. Very excited to see more people join the free company. We've got quite a few people in there now, so the more the merrier. So yeah, consider getting in there. That said, though, Final Fantasy XIV is massively award-winning and massively popular. Its storytelling is very highly talked up. I am currently, like, I literally just finished Stormblood, am leveling all my role classes so I can do the role quests in Shadowbringers. I have not started quest number 1 of Shadowbringers yet, but I have seen the trailer. Holy fuck am I hyped. However, there's been some drama in the FF14 community, because the first 3 expansions of Final Fantasy XIV, the like beginning portion of the game as we know it today, has like leitmotif themes. Or leitmotif, I forget how you pronounce it, that are like musical, and they're very iconic, very well known, very impactful when they hit in the game when you're playing through the story. And the vocalist of said early game themes and leitmotifs ended up having some drama. Her name's Susan Calloway, and she is the voice behind iconic FF14 songs such as Answers. Here's an example of a song that she sings from FF14. I think this is fine because it's a video game song. Is there audio? Hello? Okay, it's gonna play in a second. Yeah, see? This Answers is copyrighted. No, it's in the trailer, and it's a boss music. It's not gonna fuck me over. No one would be able to stream FF14 if that was the case. Anyway, this is not her singing, but she starts singing in a second. This trailer is also amazing. Very good. Hold on. Alright, here it is. This is where she starts singing. This is the lady who we're talking about today.
To all of my children in whom life flows abundant, to all of my children to whom death hath passed his judgment, the soul yearns for honor.
Okay. This is your last chance to listen to this song before I ruin it for you, as well as several other songs that are iconic in the first few expansions of FF14. You have one last chance to pause this, stop the video, tab out, rewatch the Realm Reborn trailer, rewatch the Dragon Song War thing, and enjoy it one last time before I ruin it for you. You see, Susan Calloway does not currently work on FF14. She hasn't, as far as I know, done anything with FF14 since Stormblood. So we're talking over half a decade since she's had any part of FF14's soundtrack. But she is quite iconic for the early game soundtrack, right? Like in the first 3 expansions. In fact, the Answers song you just heard is one of the most iconic songs of all of FF14. Thing is, though, she's still pretty popular in the community. So she gets invited to a lot of fan events. And she recently was banned and fired from her appearance at one of these fan events for FF14 due to some cropped up tweets that she had liked and retweeted. She had liked and retweeted several very clearly transphobic tweets, several very clearly, like, Zionist, anti, like, really racist and like, genocidal towards Palestinian tweets. I believe there was some racist stuff, too, like white nationalist shit. Very, like, Christian nationalist here. She is, like, a mega chud. I think she might have even pushed QAnon stuff. I might be making that bit up, but I think she even liked some QAnon shit. Yeah. So, reminder, by the way, she was not fired from working at Square Enix and working for the FF14 musical team for this. She hasn't been part of that team for years. This stuff only came up recently, and only recently became a big issue. So, here's the thing. I'm fine with this. I think this is great. I think it's fine. Oh, she did? Wait, did she actually get fired for these tweets? I was under the impression she only had this stuff crop up recently, and this was just the thing that happened with FanFest. Or not FanFest, that one fan event that she was booted from, right? The Lancer, can you confirm or deny if she was fired for her social media shit? Because I was under the impression she just hadn't worked on the game in quite some time. Yeah, she is also a big-time Trump supporter. Yeah, she went down the QAnon pipeline. Okay, wait, never mind. I misunderstood you. You meant, yes, she did go down the QAnon pipeline, not she did. Yeah, she didn't get fired from Square Enix for this shit. This was, all this stuff came to light years later, okay? To be completely clear, that is important knowledge to know going into what we're about to watch. However, as you know, anytime a conservative gets fired for holding horrible beliefs, the right feels the need to kind of come out of nowhere to white knight them for the sake of farming clicks and money. One person in particular who's become quite good at this is Melanie Mac Go Boom, who you may know as that girl who ate an entire stick of butter to trigger the libs. Yeah. She's kind of like a, she's kind of a skinwalker. I'm pretty sure she looked like a completely different person last time I covered her on stream. Is she a skinwalker? I swear to God, this is a different looking person, like, in every way since last time I covered her. I'm not even joking. Is she a skinwalker? Regardless, she made this video that really caught my eye, and I figured I ought to cover it, considering I am myself an FF14 pro. You know, about to start Shadowbringers. You know, I'm quite the pro at FF14. No one has gotten further than me. She says, FF14, vocalist fired for liking common sense tweets. I wonder if she's going to lie and say she was fired from Square Enix and working on the game for liking common sense tweets. Remember, by the way, conservative propagandists refuse to ever acknowledge any progressive positions with honesty. So whenever, like, espousing beliefs that just denigrate and dehumanize their opposing political, you know, people they oppose politically, right? They call it common sense, because anyone who disagrees with them is wrong, and they are the ones who are correct because it's all common sense. And, you know, but they claim people should be allowed to be wrong and have freedom of speech to be wrong, but their definition of what is wrong is, very tenuous, and they tend to go back on that a lot. Right-wingers are just not honest. They aren't very consistent. They just kind of want to achieve the worst things possible, and they'll lie and say completely contradictory things at a moment after saying a previous thing that doesn't work with the next thing they say, like a minute later, just to keep an audience happy, because that's all they care about. Also, for those curious why my, like, voice sounds weird, I bit the shit out of the tip of my tongue while I was eating, and it hurts every single motion I make as I speak with my tongue. So it is making it very hard to speak. It is very painful, and very unpleasant. So that is why my voice is weird, if you guys notice anything weird. Anyway, let's go.
Cancel culture strikes again, and this time against Final Fantasy.
I forgot how annoying this lady is. I have to speed this up a little bit. I have to. I have to. Also, last time I covered this lady's channel, she was attacking modern-day video games for supposedly making all of the female characters ugly, and she said that she's a girl who plays video games, and when she plays a game, she wants to play hot female characters. She wants to be pretty. She wants to be sexy in video. That's women's power fantasy, is being sexualized in the characters they play in games. It's like, that is so far from bullshit when, like, every girl I know that plays video games talks about how they wish there was more armor that didn't have boob windows. Like, I've literally never met a girl who plays video games who hasn't said to me something along the lines of, I wish there was more gear options that didn't have boob windows. Just as an option, just something to be there, you know? And a good example of a game that has said problem is Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV is a game in which you are pretty much restricted, if you play as a female character, to playing as, like, Giga Stacies. All of the armor sets are like slut mogs, as they call them in the MMO world, and like super revealing and hot, right? Like, have you been to Limsa Laminza in FF14? Hold on. FF14 Limsa. Let's see. This is possibly the tamest transmog I've ever seen on a cat girl in FF14. But this is generally what the average FF14 character looks like. Generally. So the fact that she talked about how women actually love games that appeal to male sexual fantasies, and yet now she's calling FF14 woke, or whatever. Also, literally a Japanese studio, and the right, like, fetishizes the fuck out of Japan as this, like, hyper-traditional, anti-woke place where you can go and have sex with minors or whatever and live the conservative dream. Do you know how many... Did you see all the conservatives melting down when Japan raised the age of consent laws so that it wasn't legal to have sex with 13-year-olds anymore? Did you see the conservative fucking outrage online over Japan making it so they no longer have that as an option to go and legally fuck kids? They really are just fucking demons, and they're open about it sometimes. Anyway, let's hop back into it.
Fantasy vocalist because she liked some Republican tweets? What is this, year 2020?
Wait, is the implication that the world has gotten less woke since 2020? Like, what, isn't like the current year thing supposed to be that we're getting woker and woker every year? And it's getting harder and harder to be a conservative every year? How is the, what is it 2020, like, comment good? Like, okay, you guys have to remember, conservative dudes just would rather have a mildly attractive woman, and I'm not taking that back, and yes, I mean it, a mildly attractive woman say the exact same dumb shit any other content creator could say to them, but it's a woman, so it feels like there's some level of, like, ah, yeah, the femoids are breaking ranks and actually letting their secrets out to us men. They're letting us know what we're not supposed to know. Yeah, I guess maybe because 2020 was when Biden got elected, that's like the worst year ever to these people. And that's like the wokest year.
Yikes. Okay, let's just go ahead and dive into this video. So this comes to us from Bounding Into Comics, and the title here says Final
Fantasy XIV theme song vocalist Susan Calloway removed from KupoCon, a non-official fan event, guest list over her liking of conservative tweets. She hasn't worked on the game in years. It was a non-official fan event, and she was a guest. She was on the guest list. Also, I'm pretty sure the primary reason why she was removed, honestly, was probably because she's expressed anti-vaccine sentiments, that she's anti-vax, and you don't want someone who's publicly an anti-vaxxer coming to your massive fan-made game event, right? Like, that alone is good enough reason. Although, you know, these people are anti-vaxxers themselves, so I've literally gotten so many replies to my videos that are like, all right, buddy, go get your 4th vaccine this week. And it's like, can I actually be offended by hate comments from people who are actually, like, unironically anti-vaxxers? Like, they're gonna die. They're literally, like, consigning themselves to natural selection. Like, it's just like, oh, you're stupid and going to die before I do. Cool. Like, if anything, it fills me with joy. I don't know. When I find out people who hate me are anti-vaxxers, it fills me with happiness, because I know they don't have long. Anyway, that aside, though, it's just funny to me that she's lying here. There was no fired here. She was on a guest list for a fan event. She wasn't fired for these tweets.
The 14 theme song vocalist Susan Calloway removed from KupoCon guest list over her liking.
Also, reminder, she's reading a Bounding Into Comics article, which is a, like, white nationalist website. So, like, the person who wrote this hasn't even played FF14. Answers is not the FF14 theme song. Answers is the Realm Reborn theme song. Every expansion has a different theme song. You fucking idiot. Susan Calloway hasn't had anything to do with FF14's music since Shadowbringers. Is this girl like Discount Brett Cooper? Yeah. Yeah, a pick-me girl making grifter content. You know how it is. Dime a dozen.
Conservative tweets. I thought we were getting past this stuff, man. Do we have Elon Musk, like, say he was going to help people with lawsuits over...
Answers is a recurring leitmotif. It is not the main theme.
This stuff happening? Come on. All right, so in the latest example of those who claim to oppose gatekeeping, rushing to exclude anyone who disagrees with them, it has been announced that thanks to a backlash against her...
The epic own of, ah, yes, the left says they're against gatekeeping, referencing the fact that the left is against gatekeeping people of certain, like, minority groups who have been ostracized from certain communities due to factors that they were born with that are unchangeable. And they're like, but they are not allowing us to go to their cons because we believe that they're subhuman and shouldn't be allowed to live. Real tolerant, these lefties. It's a fan event. It's a fan event, and she was removed from the guest list.
Liking of tweets which criticized various tenets of modern-day progressivism.
Notice how they can't even say it. Like, they can't even say, like tweets saying trans people are mentally ill and invalid. They can't even admit what it was that she liked. They have to say, liked tweets that went against the progressive narrative. They have to be super vague about it, because if they actually list the things that she said or liked, then a lot of people will be like, oh, especially FF14 fans, by the way. FF14 fans, you need to understand, are not conservative-leaning. FF14 is the biggest MMO in the world, and its fan base and its content are woke as fuck. It is not one of those games that has a large, like, any amount of conservative fans that just don't get it. It is to the point where you go into any capital city in FF14, and there are pride parties being advertised in the player housing at any given time. Every night, there is a pride-themed party with rainbow flags and pride flags galore being hosted and heavily advertised. You can get gay married in the game. There is a marriage system in the game where you can marry other players, like your friends, and you can teleport to each other using a ring, and you can get gay married. The creator of the game, the main guy behind it, Yoshi P, has explicitly expressed years and years ago that he is pro-trans. There was actually a story he told about how he was inspired to add the ability to cross-dress into FF14, like to wear feminine clothing and like basically dress like a woman and like basically make yourself hyper femme as a male, or vice versa in the game. When he saw a trans like kid walking down the street and just saw that like she seemed really, I don't remember if it was a trans boy or girl, but they seemed really like depressed about the fact, like, and lonely, right? And like Yoshi P was already pretty progressive to begin with, and that really kind of pushed him to implement that feature. So very progressive game. I mean, like, the story of it is you're literally like a hero empowered by a god on a quest to unite all the nations of the world to take down a fascist, racist empire that wants to take over the world, that's being run by demons behind the scenes, maybe. We'll see. Like, it's literally the bad guys are trying to kill you because they see you as savages. They want to colonize your land, and you're literally trying to like defend against like a hyper advanced like imperialist nation that wants to like wipe out your rights to religion and like freedom, and they're literally just Nazis. They're just the Nazis. It's literally the bad guys of the game are just the Nazis, and they're the bad guys. Like, I don't know how else to put it, right? Like, it is an aggressively woke game, and that is not lost upon its audience. This video will have, based on its viewer count, 26,000 views on an over 100,000 subscriber channel like hers. This video did not even resonate with her own audience, much less the Final Fantasy community. She was not cooking with this one. She was really dipping her toes in the wrong pool. There is no way that this transphobic grifting YouTuber was ever going to pull in any substantial amount of Final Fantasy 14 fans. 50% of the cat girls in Limsa Laminza are trans girls, okay?
Prominent Final Fantasy XIV vocalist Susan Calloway will no longer be making a previously scheduled appearance at the upcoming KuboCon Fan Expo. I'm curious what tweets she liked. Calloway, whose voice brings to life the
a non-official fan event, by the way.
Answers, Dragon Song, and Revolution's themes of the popular MMO's base game and its Heavensward and Stormblood expansions first drew the ire of some Final Fantasy XIV fans on October 30th when Twitter user Stardiver invited the public to go take a look at Susan Calloway's recent likes and replies. Dude, get a life! Get a life!
I like this implication that caring about people's political opinions, if they're like horrifically bad, is awful. This is basically the like the South Park brain shit that a lot of conservatives kind of like live off of. The idea that caring is cringe. Like, oh, this large, massive figure who has significant influence and plays a big part in the creation of a piece of media that you enjoy thinks you don't deserve to exist. If you care about that, you're cringe. Get a life if you care about that. Like, no, your job is literally to complain about this shit on the internet. You don't get to tell people to get a life.
All right. Oh my gosh. Hey guys, you should go take a look. You know that...
To be fair, she is like so low IQ, she's not capable of having any insightful commentary or criticism. So she just kind of has to wheel out some bargain bin insult that her conservative audience will just kind of gobble up like clowns.
Character, I forgot his name for some reason. It just that redheaded dude on Recess who always told Mrs. Spencer, was it Mrs. Spencer? Always told, he had his little notebook out and he would tattle on people all the time. Oh, is his name Eugene, or am I getting mixed up with a Hey Arnold character? I can't remember for sure, but nobody liked that kid. He was insufferable. He was a loser. He was just constantly narking on people. That was like his whole personality.
Hey guys, did you know that caring about politics makes you like an annoying cartoon character that people hate? Don't be like that annoying cartoon character by caring about things. You don't want to be like that character and care about things. What is this bizarre... Like, this is the kind of argument that flies with conservative content viewers. You have to remember, his name's Randall. I've never seen Recess, I'm sorry. It was a little bit before my time. Or maybe it was after, and I just didn't have cable. Regardless, though, I know the character. I've seen, like, the memes. Like, I don't know. It just seems like a bizarre... Like, I don't know. It's just so weird how... lacking in substance most conservative content is, both in regards to the arguments and what they choose to complain about, right? Like, these people truly believe they are talking about important shit, and yet the most important thing on their mind right now is the box office numbers of the new Marvel movie. It's crazy. God, I hate what South Park's done to people. The funny thing is, that new South Park special, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm pretty sure it's making fun of these people, right? Like, Cartman has been explicitly... Cartman has been explicitly framed as... like, the bad guy of South Park, like a complete villain, like a complete piece of shit, like a bad person. Don't get me wrong, the fan base hasn't recognized this, but it's very clear that is the creator's intent, right? Even though the creators have some really shitty political opinions, it's very obvious that Cartman is a Nazi and that is bad, right? And so, they make this special that's very fence-sittery. To be fair, like, it kind of makes fun of both sides, which in a case where I think one side very clearly deserves more heat than the other. But the right is so incapable of media analysis, they only see the making fun of the left and completely miss the jokes and the bits that are making fun of them, to the extent that they take bits from that episode making fun of them and use them as memes unironically, under the belief that the show wasn't making fun of them there. One of the most common ones is this, like, meme that comes from the episode, South Park Into the Panderverse, or whatever it's called, where, like, Cartman has a nightmare where everybody is, like, a woman of color, and he's Kathleen Kennedy, and so it's him saying, put a chick in it and make it gay, and this is supposed to be, like, Kathleen Kennedy, like, running Disney with, like, Star Wars and stuff. So, like... if you're not insane, and you look at this, like this line, you can tell that this is the South Park creators making fun of chuds for what they think happens at Disney. But they see this and they're like, oh my god, epic own. Here's an unironic meme made by a conservative about this. This is completely unironic. Congratulations, Kathleen Kennedy. You have to be real scum to become Cartman. I don't know how they hate Cartman, like, and know Cartman's a bad person, but then also hate Kathleen Kennedy for being woke. But, I mean, we also have those, like, gay 14-year-old girls on Twitter with Kyle Broflowski avatars that get offended at, like, anti-Christian jokes and clearly have never seen South Park before. Like, we are in strange fucking times, okay? Really strange times. Have you seen that one interaction between the two South Park stands about the Jaden Animations, like, making fun of Christianity thing? You look that up if you don't know what I'm talking about, and you'll know exactly what I'm referring to, and you'll understand. You'll understand. Don't fuck with South Park fans. We literally don't watch the show.
Was to try to get people in trouble all the time. And now people are openly, just unabashed, unashamed, acting exactly like that. No shame. No shame. Per some highlights of the former category shared by Star Diver, the vocalist likes included tweets in which real Andy Freeds shares a Turning Point USA image reading, "Here's an idea, a reality show where socialist college students are sent to a country that closely resembles their desired political system and are left to survive for a few months." That's funny. Pat.
Well, that country doesn't exist, but epic own on the lefties. Oh, I forgot the screen. My bad. Sorry, screen was fucked. Screen was fucked. Yes, that is the level of low IQ humor that makes these people laugh. They do genuinely operate on a lower level of brain function than we do. I do think some level. No, I'm not. Call me Icarus with how close to the sun I was about to fly.
McGinnis opined that the reason why peace has not been achieved in the Middle East is because of Islam. Riley Gaines called out how, in the name of inclusivity and feminism, males are brutally beating up on women and being awarded for it in women's-only martial arts tournaments. And Genevieve Gluck lamented how Japan's longest-running grape crisis center has been declared ineligible to receive public funding following statements made by the facility's director, which were deemed by government officials to be discriminatory against males who identify as transgender.
Remember, this is a white nationalist publication she's reading. Like, she isn't, like, just a grifting alt-writer, right? Like, or she's probably just a grifter, maybe not really alt-right. I feel like she's just trying to farm clicks. Like, she literally started out by eating sticks of butter on TikTok is how she got popular. So, it's very clear she's just doing this for attention and money. But, like, she's just reading articles from Bounding Into Comics, which is a white nationalist site. Like, that's all she does. She just reads white nationalist articles and then, like, cracks one of the most unimpressive jokes you'll have ever heard in your life, and then continues reading. The crazy thing is the entire premise that this video is based on is bullshit. She wasn't fired. Susan Calloway just wasn't fired from the FF14 thing. She just hasn't worked in multiple expansions with them. She wasn't fired. She just hasn't been renewed. Her work hasn't been needed. And this was a fan event that she was disinvited from the guest list of because of her horrible takes. The fan base of mostly little gay people, I'm going to be honest, the FF14 fan base is very gay, don't want somebody like that at their fan event. Most of the people running the event were probably LGBT. Like, seriously, if you guys haven't started playing FF14, if you've, like, ever thought about getting into an MMO, it is the one to get into. Like, if you're in my community. Like, you will find an overwhelming majority of like-minded people on that game. You will not be shit on or, like, made fun of or, like, cringed at for being a woman on the game. You won't get shit for being gay or trans or a person of color. It is the wokest fucking game player base I have ever seen. And it is also the biggest MMO in the world. It's really no wonder this video performs so badly for her channel.
Imagine what kind of chronically online, basement-dwelling, never had a job in your life, obese, Twinkie-eating, blue-haired kind of person you have to be.
does she realize that, like, 80% of the other dudes doing this content that she does, that she's friends with, like the quartering, are themselves obese neckbeards that don't have real jobs, that are making videos in their basements? Like, I say not real job by her standard. Obviously, I think content creation is a real job, but conservatives, despite literally having that as their job, will say it's not a real one. Like, she literally just described 80% of her colleagues. Besides the blue hair part, I guess. Yeah, blue hair and pronouns. Epic own of lefties. Epic and original joke. Epic comedy.
To see that these tweets and think, oh, these are terrible. I can't believe someone would like these tweets. How dare they? They ain't never touched grass in their life. You just, yeah.
We can see, we can go to, like, the Final Fantasy FanFest images of the cosplayers if we want to. Do you want to? Okay, hold on. Let's see these supposedly, like, neckbeard, overweight, unattractive people that she's referring to. We're really gonna just, like, cover all of our bases here. FF14 has femboys. Holy shit, that's a spoiler. At least it is for me. Holy crap, this cosplay is fucking mad! Holy shit! Damn, people are popping off with their cosplays in the FF14 community. What the fuck? Look at this Garuda cosplay. Jesus. Alright. Look at this legend cosplaying Xenos. Xenos is, like, kind of femboy, I feel like. Kinda. We've got multiple Dragoons. I think these are 2 Estinians, and then another Estinian post getting blood on the armor, and then the eye. And then this is Alphino, I think? I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Alphino. I can't see the bow. This is the old outfit where they couldn't be distinguished from looking at them from the front. I couldn't tell the difference between them for a while. Here is yeah, definitely. No, it is Alphino, because the book is the giveaway. That book is the giveaway. That's Alphino. Because Alize has a doesn't have that book. I don't think. She uses a sword. So yeah, this is Alphino and Emmerich. Dope as fuck. And look at this insane fucking Garuda cosplay. Look at that shit. God damn. Listen. WoW has some pretty top tier women in that community, okay? You go to BlizzCon, and you will see some cosplays that will make your jaw drop to the floor and cause you to have an unironic anime dude nosebleed, alright? I must say, though, the FF14 cosplayers are quite impressive. Who has the image of Ian Hezekostas, the, like, one of the game directors for WoW, getting stepped on by that Yatsuyu cosplayer at Final Fantasy FanFest recently? I need that image. I need to show you guys that image. He's dressed up in the cosplay of how am I forgetting her name right now? She's the Lalafell that's, like, in charge of making sure everything is going well for the Scions. How am I forgetting her name right now? Holy shit, I'm high. Come on. I'm gonna feel so dumb once you guys tell me. Tataru, thank you. Yeah, Tataru, thank you. Yeah, he's doing a cosplay. It was Preach, not Ian. Oh, my bad. I thought it was Ian Hezekostas. Do you have who has the image of Preach in the Tataru cosplay getting stepped on by the Yotsuyu cosplayer? When I saw this image, I was at the very start of Stormblood, and all my friends said, oh yeah, when you get further in Stormblood, you'll understand this image. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, this image is so funny. I have to find it. Please. No. You can't tell me it's lost media. There's no way. No, there's no way. There's no way. I refuse. Nope, I will stunlock this segment for eternity till we find it. And I will end stream if it goes on for too long. I refuse. You will find this link for me, chat. You will find it. You will find this link. You will find this image, or I will end stream. That's a YouTube link. That's not what I want to see. That is not what I wanted to see. That was not what I wanted to see. Is this it? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nessingwary, you are based. Here it is. This happens in the game. Yeah, it was Preach. Yeah, my bad. He looks like Ian has a Costas a bit, you have to admit. This happens in the game. How many of you are installing it right now? How many of you are installing it right now? I can fix her, Zan. Gosetsu is in my chat right now. That's crazy. Hi, Gosetsu. We really just stunlocked into FF14 shit, didn't we? Cherry, keep most of that in, but cut out the dead air and where I'm looking for the link. Anyway, back to the video. Back to this fake gamer girl who's never played FF14, like, complaining about something that she's completely wrong about because she doesn't even know this event isn't official. She's just, like, so out of the ballpark here that it's hilarious. By the way, she claims to be a gamer. She claims to play MMOs and love... Like, I assumed she would play FF14 when she said she likes to power fantasy for herself being like a really pretty girl. Apparently not. I do believe that she's a fake gamer. I don't think she's played a video. I don't think she's stomped a Goomba in her life.
Like clockwork, after her social media
As we all know, women don't play video games.
activity was brought to light, Callaway was met with a wave of backlash from a large number of Final Fantasy XIV players who have never touched grass in their life.
Oh yeah, she tried to claim that her account was hacked, but like... Who hacks a celebrity's account and just likes some conservative tweets? And that's it. Wait, like seriously, who likes who hacks a celebrity's account, just likes a few conservative tweets over the course of a few weeks, then it gets backlash, and then all of a sudden she's public about the fact that she got hacked? That literally makes no sense. It's the most obvious lie I've ever seen.
Many of whom had near immediately begun to call for the singer's removal from her upcoming appearances as both a guest at KupoCon and as a performer for Distant Worlds. The current...
By the way, the KupoCon thing, once again, for the 50th time, is a fan event. A non-official, fan-run event. The actual official Final Fantasy convention is called Final Fantasy Fan Fest.
Ongoing Final Fantasy orchestral concert tour. Eventually, becoming aware of the outrage building against her, Callaway took to her since deleted personal Twitter account later that same day to address the situation, telling fans and critics, guys, it appears my account was hacked. Dude, don't! This is like bending the knee to the mob. Come on. She got scared.
Well, yeah, it was very clearly a lie. Yeah, of course she's gonna bend the knee to the mob. Her ideas are bigoted and unpopular. These people are so desperate to pretend as though their side of politics is the, like, silent majority popular side, but at the same time, the left is, like, overwhelmingly powerful and scary and can destroy your life. Like, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to be the persecuted victims and this all-powerful, always winning, like, we're on the winning side, we're the winners, you're all taking L's, but also we're the persecuted. Like, it's literally one of the core tenets of fascism. It's one of the, like, the main bits, you know, fascistic elements of conservatism that seems to be inherent in all of their messaging, no matter how, like, moderate.
She got scared and she wimped out. I haven't been on Twitter that much as I've been working quite a bit. I love you all dearly and am firmly against hate of any kind. What is going on in our world grieves me. I pray for peace for all, that we could choose love over hate. Some like...
It is insane that she literally sings a song about the fucking war between the dragons and humans, which was caused and started by the betrayal by the humans, but the rage of one single dragon wanting revenge pushed the, like, rest of them into continuing a war that would continue to cause deaths of, like, thousands and thousands and thousands on both sides, and, like, you finally managed to work together to cause peace between humans and dragons, and that's the fucking song that plays. It's about you manage, like, the war, and then, like, the strife of all of that, and then you managing to achieve peace between humans and dragons. Like, that's the literal fucking song that's played, like, is about peace and love. And she virtue signals about it here to cover for herself. But could you imagine, she sings that song, and that is the meaning and context of that song when it plays in FF14, all right? And yet here she is, liking transphobic and bigoted tweets, and white nationalist shit, and QAnon shit, and she's a Trump supporter.
Blanket statement, vapid thing. Okay. Guys, by the way, love, peace, yeah. No hate. Stunning, brave to say such things, which is hilarious.
Ah, yes, how dare you be intolerant of people who don't like minorities? I thought you guys were the tolerant ones. You epic own. Yeah, it's crazy how these arguments still have staying power after all these years. Like, some new grifter just kind of pops up out of the woodwork, and as long as they've got a gimmick that keeps them fresh enough, they can repeat the same tired arguments that died off years ago and became a meme. Just, like, be relatively attractive woman. Repeat 10-year-old, like, cringe talking points. Make modest living off of YouTube grift.
Because the blue-haired land whales who do not touch grass and live in their parents' basements, they get...
God, she is really desperate to, like, throw out insults at people's appearance who disagree with her politically. Like, she's like, so against people on the left being opposed to people that disagree with them existing because of their identity, and yet she constantly throws out insults towards the appearance of people, not even the appearance of people that disagree with her, but the appearance of people who, like, tend to disagree with her. There are tons of people that look like that don't disagree with her and don't fall into the boxes that she's laying out, but she doesn't care. She's just kind of, like, a bitch. Like, conservatives overall, like, their core, you know, like, the core thing you have to be conservative is, like, an asshole. You kind of fundamentally have to be a bit of a bad person to start with. And that is what is preyed upon to bring you further into a bad direction. Most people grow from there, grow up, and, you know, character growth and all that, character arc. They evolve, right? But conservatism desires to get people while they're young and they haven't developed their moral systems yet, and to fuck them up even further, and to, like, lock and cement that shit in. But they're really mad that most Zoomers these days have pretty progressive opinions, and that's why most conservatives are trying to advocate for raising the voting age to 21, or in some cases 25.
To decide what is love and hate. They're the ones in charge of all that, you know. A man beating a woman senseless in a UFC tournament or whatever, martial arts tournament, you know, but as long as he wears a wig and...
I'm sorry, but trans woman. It's a woman, not a man. You're just bigoted. There's no argument there. You just kind of hate trans people. The overwhelming majority of scientific like institutions and medical institutions and psychological institutions all agree that trans women are women, trans men are men. gender is not a binary, and it is not the same as sex. Like, you're the one who has the unpopular opinion here, even within the realm of science. So, cope. That isn't an argument.
Or says he's a woman. That's okay. And to be against that is hate. Because blue hair, they, them.
Something that I've noticed in my years of covering conservative content is that most of their content and the arguments contained in said content are just insults towards the left and marginalized groups the left advocates for, disguised as arguments. And the left is meant to understand them as insults and react as such, but those that don't recognize the obvious insult are meant to be left in, completely unawares, and when the left responds in kind to said insult, the left looks unhinged and like they're overreacting. Which is why it's important when you respond to people like this that you just don't fall for the bait. Just point out how bewilderingly pointless all of this is. How blatantly this of a grift she's participating in. How lacking in any actual, substance her content is. The fact that her entire video is based on a completely false premise and she doesn't even know what she's talking about.
400 pounds, never worked a job in their life because they...
Okay, she's repeating herself now. So I'm guessing the rest of the video is literally just going to be her repeating blue hair, land whale, never worked a job before, touch grass, basement. When this is literally, most of the people that she associates with are, overweight, living in basement, not working real jobs. Because, we're talking the quartering and, geeks and gamers and those types, right? You actually can't make this shit up. How do you enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Xanderhall, how did you and Shark said that the studios would surrender in the strike to the Writers and Actors Union before December? How did I? I don't remember saying that. Maybe I did. I say a lot of things and then end up being right, and I don't even remember. I don't know. I guess maybe I did, and maybe I just was right. I don't know. I guess Shark was too. Cool. How can we fight back when there are thousands of channels making right-wing gaming news? There is almost none on the left. Like my streams. Support me. You can make content yourself, but honestly, support the content creators you watch, the small and the large ones. Honestly, you should prioritize your support for the smaller ones. If you see that, I don't know, one of my friends who also does content, smaller content creator, but is definitely up and coming and growing quickly, A Pillow. If A Pillow went live right now, I'd want you guys to go watch and support A Pillow over me, because I'm doing all right on YouTube. And I think that we need to see a little bit more content-related mutual aid on this platform when you consider the fact the algorithms are not helping out the lefties making content here. Not unless they're crazy fucking woke-skulled tankies, apparently. Just got back from running errands. Hello, Zan in chat. Hey, welcome here. Snapcube, be big and bases transport. I don't know what Snapcube is. We will be finishing Destroy All Humans 2 eventually. Don't worry. We're going to be finishing Dead Space Remake first, though. Not today, though. I'm so ready for that blog post. When is it expected at this point, Hakan? Do we have, an actual time frame, or is it just still sometime before the end of the year? In a few weeks? Hell yeah, Hakan. We're getting a new blog post soon, and they've explicitly said the only reason we're getting another blog post anytime soon, they're going radio silent until they're ready to bring us some big fucking news about the game. So, their only reason they'd be doing a blog post, realistically, is... we're probably seeing a release date, boys. I need to hit 100k fucking fast. Shivers, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said, thank you for streaming and making my workday easier to go through, Heart. Oh, I love when people tell me they're listening to my stream while they work. I'm so glad that I'm able to help you out. I hope it is entertaining to you. Thank you so, so much for the $10. And then Mommy Yuzu, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Presumably a 1-monther. Thank you for the $5. Didn't say anything, but I appreciate it. You excited for the new WoW hardcore season? Tanking warlocks and shamans sound nuts. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I've been playing hardcore with my friends. It's gonna be hype as fuck. I'm playing on Defias Pillager for those that want to maybe hop on WoW Hardcore Classic and meet up with me. God, almost 600 viewers right now. Make sure to hit the like button. It's completely free and really helps out a lot. Whenever you hit the like button, it actually forces YouTube to push my stream and my channel and other content that I make to more people. Both my own subs who don't get notified when I go live and strangers who haven't seen my content before who might become new fans, who might even have their political opinions completely revolutionized by finding my content. Ooh, building cabinets, Borfboo. Sounds fun. I'm glad you had me to listen to. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people have joined since I explained my background. I have a new lighting setup. It's really neat. This thing is $35 on Amazon. I posted a link in chat earlier, and it has a star projector inside of it and this really interesting, I've never seen anything like it before, like wave light projector. And it can do multiple colors at once. It can do a color cycle. Chat has voted on this purple and reddish pink void-esque pattern. I think this beats my old lighting by a long shot. Type a 1 in chat if you think this lighting is better. Type a 2 if you think the old lighting was better. I've tried combining them. The old lighting drowns out the new lighting. Everyone seems to be liking the newer lighting. It's the Northern Lights. I was worried that, like, YouTube encoding wouldn't be able to handle it, or that it would be seen as, like, too distracting for you guys. Like, that you guys would not be able to handle it, you know? I was really worried about that. I bet it's great when you're zooted. Honestly, I've never had any type of visual hallucination from weed, and I honestly think that's a myth. I don't think that's a thing besides, like, shit you see in your head when you get really fucked up. Like, weed doesn't really have strong hallucinogenic properties. Like, it's mostly just warbling and, like, fuckery of your vision, but nothing that you would consider tripping, right? I would say that if you had this while doing, like, acid or DMT, it would probably be life-changing. Yeah. Especially with the right music. As fun as it was, and as much as I had no negative experiences from it, I've done DMT like maybe 6 times. It was great every time. I'll never do it again. I'm too scared. I was scared every time doing it, and immediately the fear melted away after, like, I inhaled it, and I was, like, tripping balls. But I was still afraid to do it every time, mostly because I had to fight a minor amount of nausea every time. Like, the first 2 minutes, I had to fight minor nausea because of how bad the taste of DMT is, and then, like, I would get over it. The flavor would leave my mouth, and, I would be fine. Yeah, weed just kind of makes you daydream a bit. Yeah, weed causes funny flashbacks. Like, you see really ancient memories dug up when you get super stoned. My first time I ever got high, when I, like, greened the fuck out, when I was at the peak of being, like, happy stoned, I was seeing, like, replaying GIFs of, like, playgrounds I played on when I was a toddler. Like, memories that I hadn't recalled since I was, like, 6. Like, literally unlocked ancient fucking fuzzy, like, barely legible, for the lack of a better term, memories when you get, like, super stoned. And they're, like, replaying GIFs in your head. It's a hard way to describe it. But if, yeah, people in chat who've experienced it know what I'm talking about, and that's all I need to say. Yeah, you literally get unvaulted memories, pretty much. Yeah, it's like the back rooms of your brain. Something that, the best way to describe the feeling that the, like, thoughts and memories that become, like, unvaulted, for a lack of a better term, gives you, is the same feeling you get from looking at really, really good liminal space images. Like, look at a really good liminal space image. Like, the Backrooms image is a good one. And that feeling of, like, eerie nostalgia is the same feeling at least I get from those, like, unvaulted memories. Visually, they tend to look the same too, oddly enough. Like, the same kind of... AI art also tends to sort of, accomplish the same kind of weird, eerie, dreamlike feeling that you get as well from those memories. Blink twice if I'm being held hostage by Twitch. I'm not being held hostage by Twitch. I forgot to set up my stream in such a way where it had no delay on YouTube, because you have to do that manually every time, and I fucking forgot because I haven't streamed in 5 days. And there's no delay on Twitch automatically, because Twitch makes setting up your stream and just going live a lot easier than YouTube, to be fair. So I just embedded the Twitch stream to make it easier. Oh, on top of that, by the way, chat, in December, I will be taking part in a charity stream. I'm going to be taking part in the Hightail Thankmas charity stream. It's going to be dope. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic. I've done it every year, pretty much, since it started being a thing. Basically, a bunch of Hightail fans, such as myself, get together. We raise a bunch of money on a live stream on Quebec Corner's channel. It's going to be on December 9th. Thank you, Hakon. By the way, last time we did this, Hakon is the GOAT, by the way. Everybody, tell Hakon that he's the GOAT real fast. Check this shit out. So, last Hightail Thankmas, Hakon got everybody in the group that took part in the charity stream to sign a document, like digitally, and to have like a unique signature for their logo. And he said he was going to have it laser etched onto a steel plate and sent to the Hightail offices as like a thank you to the Hightail team, all signed by us. And they put it on the wall and posted it in the most recent blog post on their website, updating us on the game development. Here's Hakon, here's me. This is on the wall of the office. I'm also on the wall of the office in another spot as well, but it's my name. Like my name, just A. Haley. But this time around I did Xander Hall, because I wanted it to be more recognizable. And there I am. Up on the wall of the Hightail offices. So yeah, I'm sure we'll be doing something similar to that this year. Yeah, this year's Thankmas could be crazy depending on the contents of the blog post. Maybe they'll really throw us a bone and release it on the day of Thankmas and shout it out. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy. Of course, as you can imagine, I myself will be donating a pretty good amount of dono money to the charity itself. I will pay my dues, of course. Imagine there's an NPC that looks like you in Hightail. I would literally nut. I would literally bust a nut so hard that it would, like, fire off into the air, arc, and hit a bird. And some, like, homeless guy would be having free bird food that night. Donation will go to WCK, so the money will go to Palestinian refugees. Based! I was worried that the charity streams would be afraid of, like, I was worried that Hightail Thankmas charity streams would be a bit afraid of doing somewhat politically charged charities, but that's based as fuck. I love that. I'm glad we're taking a strong anti-genocide stance on this issue within the Hytale community. That's based as fuck. I imagine that won't be an issue with the Hytale devs either, or the Hytale team, because the Hytale team has demonstrated political basedness time and time again. So I think we're pretty safe in that department. Just as a gamer, your connection with the Hytale devs is just so cool. Gamer's dream right there, man. Well, to be clear, I don't have any inside info on the game whatsoever. It's just that I'm friendly with some of the devs because of, like, you know, the content that I do and the fact that I also like Hytale. And I've been, like, a pretty reasonable and frequent poster in the Hytale sphere. You know, I'm not frequent, but when I come around, I feel like I post bangers. And, yeah, I don't have any inside info, nor do I want inside info. I've specified that if I ever, like, have the opportunity to get some kind of spoilery inside info or playtesting, I don't want it. I want the game's release to be all one big universal all-at-once thing the entire world discovers and experiences all at once, all at the same time. I don't want any spoilery info before I can live stream it on release day for you guys. I want my reaction to the game completely blind to be preserved forever in the form of my live stream when it comes out. Particularly for the sake of being able to rewatch it and having a like, fully authentic reaction preserved of my first time playing the game. Imagine if you could have a video perfectly preserved of your reaction to playing Minecraft for the first time in your life. Imagine that. Obviously, it's not the same because you wouldn't have been, like, super hyped for it in the same way, most of you at least, but, like, I don't know. I want to be able to have that, and so I've specified I don't want any inside info. I was hyped for Minecraft? I was hyped too. I discovered it on YouTube. It was my first game that I owned. Goddamn, Hakon. I was 10. Now I'm 24. It's rough out here, guys. It's real rough out here. Time passes. Time is actually fucking passing out here. AlexMex90, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, would you play any of the other classic Final Fantasies? The pixel remasters are really good, and FF IX with the Maguri mod looks beautiful. Maybe I'll play a future Final Fantasy game on stream. I don't know. I'm really liking FF14, but like the franchise as a whole doesn't super interest me. The MMO aspect of FF14 is what really draws me in. It's like the FF14, the Final Fantasy-ness of it is like not a pull for me. It's all the other great stuff that's a pull. Anyway, thank you for the $5, AlexMex. Night Mothism, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, thank you for being the best comfort streamer, even though you do political stuff. And also, thank you for entertaining me while I was on aggressive chemo protocol in January to July of this year. Oh my god. Well, thank you for the $10. Save it if you need it, but I hope your medical stuff is all going well. That sounds awful. I'm so glad I was able to be like a comfort for you there. Yeah, thank you so much for the kindness, and I hope you feel better. I really, really do. Please continue to get better and be on the road to recovery. I'm hoping for you, my friend. Makima, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 25 bucks. Gifted to Very Rare, Skeptical Squid, Canova Kingaman, Nevi4256, and Dr. Sick. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, hey Zan, hope you're well. Also, have you heard that the Completionist scammed with charity? Some ordinary gamers went over it. I feel like the Completionist guy is like a really upstanding YouTuber, so that's like, 1, if it's true, holy fuck, that hurts and sucks. And 2, I like Muda. We are mutuals. He has donated to my streams before. I like him. However, our initial association started with me making a response video to a video he made where he falsely claimed the ADL had claimed that Pepe the Frog was a hate symbol and it was racist to use it. In which I went over the actual, you know, post by the ADL where they say explicitly that not all usages of Pepe the Frog are racist or anti-Semitic, that it is a very popular meme and it is important to consider the context of its usage before claiming that its usage is racist. Like, it's just right there. And I called that out, and he responded by saying, actually, fair enough, you know, I was wrong. And I respect Muda a lot for that, but he is not immune to making mistakes. So I hope this is a case where he just made a mistake. Does anyone have a link on this? Thank you for the support, Makeem. I really appreciate it. Does anyone have a link to the some Ordinary Gamers video on it? I just call him Muda.
Line 20.
Guys, you know that if you copy-paste a link to a video and it includes any, like, an equal sign and then some number value and then an S at the end, if you copy-paste the link as it is, it copy-pastes it with the timestamp of where you were in the video. Which is a cool feature to have, to be fair, but it can also be annoying if you don't know that it's a thing and you accidentally send somebody a video that's already, like, halfway complete. It can be a little spoilery sometimes, to be fair. Not a big deal. Just thought I'd let you guys know it's a feature, because I don't think you knew it was. Just a little YouTube pro tip from a guy who does this for their job.
Hello,
All right,
guys and
let's
gals.
check this out. Whoa!
Mudahar, I'm going to start you off with a question. When you donate to a charity live stream and that money leaves your bank account and it goes to the charity, do you expect...
Oh, it's Makima? Oh, the character from Chainsaw Man? Sorry, I haven't seen Chainsaw Man yet, but according to my friends in Discord, it is, quote, Kino and, quote, peak fiction. So, I will certainly be watching it with them at some point.
that money to actually be going to the charity that you're donating to, or do you expect it to sit in a bank account for years? What do you think is the more logical option? Do you want your money to go that year, or do you want it to just sit in a bank account doing nothing to help a cause that you firmly believe in? Well, that's the question we're looking into today. Now, the YouTuber that we're actually discussing is known as the Completionist. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen,
boy.
you might be wondering...
For the record, I really like this guy. Like, I watch his Completionist channel, and I watch his appearances on other channels, such as Scary Games Squad with Jesse Cox. I believe he's on there. Like, I really like this dude. I'm pretty sure he's in other, like, he does a lot of collaborations with people I like. And I enjoy his Completionist content. This sucks if this is real.
Who is the Completionist? The Completionist is one of the more popular gaming channels. He's been around for a long time, and he makes some pretty awesome gaming content. What the Completionist also does beyond make interesting gaming content is run something known as Indieland, an actual yearly event where industry veterans, independent gaming companies, big brands like Corsair and G Fuel, and some of the best influencers in the game all converge together to help raise money for charity. Indieland is there to fight against dementia. Now, if you go to the big donate page over here, you'll find out that they work with the Open Hand Foundation. And this foundation was founded to honor the memory of Karen Khalil, the completionist mother who ended up losing her life in a fight against frontotemporal dementia.
Dude, if this shit's real and he used his dead mom as, like, sympathy to scam money for charity fraud, that is actually fucking demonic. This is a crime, right? Like, what's being accused here? Like, this is an actual serious crime, I believe. So, like, this is a serious allegation we're talking about here. This isn't, like, YouTube drama. Gotta be an accident? I really hope so. I'm hoping for the best here. I'm hoping for the best here. I really am.
Dementia. And of course, all the condolences, for sure. But when we looked into this charity, one of the biggest red flags showed up, and that was the Open Hand Foundation. Now, while it is a 501c3 charitable organization, tax-free, all designed for public charity, we wanted to look into this organization with a much more in-depth look, because we found something a little unsavory. And by we, I mean Carl Jobst and me. We were working on the story.
Dude, Carl Jobst is one of the best, like, YouTube journalist investigators out there. He's pretty peak. He does a damn good job. Muda, why aren't you subscribed? What? Muda, what's going on there? Uh-oh.
Together, and the actual results are very damning. So ladies and gentlemen, when we looked at the Open Hand Foundation, they said, together, let's make a difference. And of course, the philosophy is, the more you receive, the more you give. The more you give, the more you receive. Life gives and life takes. And of course, if you look at their donation, they say that your gift will contribute to vital research for a cure for this devastating disease. Now, of course, they list benefactors like the University of California, San Francisco.
Okay. Oh, God, that's not a good sign. Okay, so, quick stun lock. Can you guys link me what I'm referring to if you know what I am talking about? Very recently, there was some massive medical breakthrough in the news, like headlines, about, like, the first ever, like, it was some serious transplant, like something that sounds downright science fiction. It was like a brain transplant, brain and eyeball transplant or something, like a lung and heart transplant. The face transplant. It was like a face and eyes transplant. Yeah. Dude, that shit sounds downright, yeah, that was a recent thing. That shit sounds downright science fiction. The fact that that's the kind of stuff that we're doing right now? Dude, could you imagine how like, prolonged human lives could potentially be in the coming decades? Ball transplant, please. I would like it to be literally physically impossible to get a testicular torsion. The idea of that being a thing that can happen fills me with fear on a daily basis. Once you know that's a thing and you're a guy or you have balls just at all, you are in permanent fear of that. There's not a day that goes by you don't think about testicular torsions and be in fear of it.
I assume it's from San Francisco. Typos usually aren't a good sign when it comes to situations like this, but on their events page...
Yeah, testicular torsions are a cognito hazard. Thanks for reminding me. You're welcome.
They appear to have 2 events that help raise money for this charity, which...
Yeah, women can get testicular torsions too.
...is the Convenience Cup Challenge and, of course, Indieland. Which, ladies and gentlemen, we wanted to look even further into where this money that was raised by Indieland was going. See, in the news, you would just read that Indieland, for instance, in 2021, raised more than $100,000 for dementia research, which is crazy awesome. Over the weekend, annual live streaming event raised more than $100 grand for charity, organized by YouTube star Gerard Khalil, aka The Completionist. And of course, it's the same story that you'll find on other websites like Dual Shockers, which again says in 2022 they raised $80K for dementia research. And of course, these are massive like news articles to see. It's feel-good stuff. But this is where I feel like these news sites should have dug a little bit deeper, because what me and Carl found was very questionable. All right, so how do you vet a charity yourself, ladies and gentlemen? To vet a charity, you go to any of their websites, and usually at the very bottom, you'll find something like a tax ID, an EIN number. For the Open Hand Foundation, it's 3008275510. You copy that, and you can basically go to the IRS charity lookup right here. So again, it's as very simple as going to Google, typing in IRS lookup.
Wait, why is he hiding his search results? Bro? Come on, man. Let's see those autofills. Come on. Come on. I'm just joking. I imagine he just doesn't want to have to worry about, like, anything popping up that YouTube will just scan and assume, nah, not gonna monetize you. Fuck you. Anytime you see censorship like this in a video, just assume it's to avoid getting demonetized most of the time. People ask in literally every comment section of every video I upload, why
why does your comment section, why is your chat blurred in the opening and ending bits of your videos? And it's like, guys, if you guys swear or say anything that the YouTube algorithm doesn't like in the opening bits of my videos in the chat that's on screen, I get demonetized for it. That's why. So yeah, that's probably why. He doesn't want to have to even risk it.
And here you can see tax-exempt organization search. You click on that, and you put in the EIN number in this field and hit the search button. And that takes you to the Open Hand Foundation. You open that one up right here, and you can see a lot of their letters too. For instance, this determination letter that shows that they've been active since 2014. And again, this is their...
Man, I really hope this isn't real. I really hope this is a misunderstanding or a mistake, and this isn't, like, Gerard stealing money. Dude, I am so fucking worried. I like him a lot. This is one of my favorite content creators that doesn't do politics stuff. I've watched his content for like 6 years, maybe 7 years now. I am like filled with dread. I am genuinely filled with dread. Like I am actually like bone chill, like shivering, filled with stress and dread about this. I'm not even joking.
This is basically them showing when they were active from, okay? So they've got their tax forms, their 990 PFs, which basically shows the money going in and hopefully the money going out. So these are all public records, and you can look them up for yourself right now. And we went to ProPublica, and they have tax filings all the way from 2014 up to 2021. So at this moment in time, me and Carl decided to look down the actual file.
Okay, so maybe it wouldn't be fraud then if they didn't, if like you would look at their tax forms, they never like filed that money that they received as charitable donations. And so that is maybe how they know that there's some fishiness happening. But then it wouldn't be tax fraud because they didn't falsely report it as charitable donations in that case. That's the only thing I could imagine would be the evidence he'd have, right? Let's see.
Filings year by year, and we found a pretty massive discrepancy that to everyone we showed has raised every red flag imaginable. So back in 2014, this open to public inspection note, you can see that the Open Hand Foundation raised in revenue $33,000 in contributions. If you look at their operating and administrative expenses, they had nothing to spend. So that also includes contributions, gifts, and grants paid, line 25, which would mean money going to other charitable organizations or grants that you're providing for, you know, Alzheimer's research, for these charitable causes. And of course, if you look at their balance sheets, at the end of 2014, they had $33,756 sitting in cash in their accounts. So then we go to the year 2015, and we looked that they made $60,000 in contribution revenue. They spent $27,686 this year. But that puts them from having $33,756 in their account at the beginning of the year to having $66,000. Remember, it's the amount of contributions they make minus their operating expenses. What's interesting is line 25. They paid nothing in contributions, gifts, or grants at all. They did, however, spend $28,000 in administrative expenses.
Okay. Chat, do we have any tax experts, US tax experts in chat that can confirm or deny if this is like a smoking gun, that the raised money never went to a charitable organization? Because if it did and it wasn't reported here, that's a false report. Or I guess it's not really... if you donate money to charity and just don't claim it as charitable donations and just pay that money in taxes, the IRS doesn't care. The IRS does not tend to care if you accidentally give them more money than you owe them. They care if you give them less on accident. They'll mail you back like the money that you send them extra, by the way. It's happened to me before. Like they'll literally mail you a check because they know how much you actually owe them. You don't need to, like, we don't actually, we Americans, in a good America, wouldn't have to actually do all that shit ourselves. But it's funny as fuck. Yeah, so this seems pretty smoking gun. Ooh. I'm not a tax expert, but this does seem kind of bad. It's kind of bad. But wouldn't charity mean paying less in taxes? It feels like there's no sense to lie about this. Well, because here's the thing. If they held on to the money and didn't, like, pay it into a charity and didn't claim it as such, then they would be having the money, right? And if they claimed that they donated it, but they kept it, they'd be committing tax fraud, which is like a super felony, you know? So, yeah, that's not too good.
Then we decided to go all the way to the year 2016, and the pattern became even more interesting. $40,000 they raised in that year. Then they went down and apparently spent $11,599 in administrative expenses. How much did they spend in contributions paid? $0. And of course, you can see that at the beginning of the year, they had $66,000 that they started off with. And
so each year, their bank account is just accumulating the money. It hasn't moved anywhere. The math lines up. The money's not going anywhere after 3 years. The money wasn't donated. We know that because even if this is a mistake, even if this having a 0 here is a mistake or a misreading, the account is growing. Aren't they tax exempt as a 501c? That's not how it works. Even if you're tax exempt, you still have to go through the paperwork. Because America. Like, you have to announce that and file the paperwork to, like, file your income from charitable causes as tax exempt. Is that legal or just a loophole? This is almost certainly illegal. This seems very bad. This seems like pretty solid evidence, and if this is true, it is bad, and I'm pretty sure, like, criminal.
And $94,000 in the bank.
And this is accumulating up to be a lot of fucking money, by the way. A lot of money. And a lot of repeat offenses.
So then we went to the year 2017. And if you can imagine the pattern, they made $31,000. They spent $11,000, still paid $0 in contributions or grants to these charities, and started with $94,000 and ended with $115,000.
None donated.
Then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, 2018 rolls. They make $113,000 in contributions, in revenue. They spend $14,144 in operating expenses. Then, of course, they still pay out $0 in contributions, starting the year with $115 in the bank, ending it with $215,028 in the bank. 2019 rolls around. They make $123,000. They spend $12,394 in operating expenses. Actually, $13,029. Point is, they still spent $0 in contributions paid. That started them off with $215 that year, ended them with $325,850.
Fuck, man, this is solid. Fuck, dude. It's over. It's fucking over. This is all you... There's more. There's so much more to this video. Oh, but it's already over, though. Oh. Jesus. This fucking sucks.
15. The year 2020 rolls up. Turn of the decade. $122,000 that they've earned in contributions. Again, still contributing $0 to these charitable organizations, but spending $6,140 in operating money. That started them with $325, ended them with $442. 2021 rolls by. They make $136,000 in contributions and donations. Donate $0 this entire year too. Spend almost $30,000.
Over $500,000 has totaled up. Oh my god.
In administrative expenses.
That's so much fucking
this
money.
starts them with $442,000, ends them with $549,000. And if you think I'm getting too long-winded, don't get me wrong. We're at the last tier, 2022 of their filings. They make $117,000. Then they somehow spend $11,000, but still contribute $0 at all.
What's the total now?
So again, this starts them with $549
$655.
and ends them with a whopping $655,000 in the bank. That seems about right. Indieland is raising $600,000. Obviously, there's a bit more money that they've earned from various other events.
Off the back of trying to get sympathy points for his dead mom, dude. That is monstrous. Like, that is actually monstrous. Hold on. I'm bringing up Twitter. We're checking his Twitter. Oh, good. How much do you want to bet his Twitter will be locked? Or inactive? November 11th was the last time he tweeted anything. And oh boy, is the ratio on the tweet insane. Let's see, tweets and replies. Yeah, this is his most recent post. 639 likes and 123 comments. This is the moment Gerard knew he fucked up. Thank you for being our friend. You mean the world to us. From Yacht Club Games. Is this... Creators of Shovel Knight and Mina the Hollower? Before shit gets real nutty, I'm just going to say I'm holding out hope and benefit of the doubt that there's just some misunderstanding going on. Gerard, hope it gets cleared up and everything is cool. When can we expect a statement on the charity? The IRS enters chat. Where's the donation money? Hey, what's going on here? Willing to hear your side of the story, but this really isn't looking good. You always came off as a really genuine dude. Cool video, bro. You scam people via fake charity. So where's the donation money going? Dude, you've got some explaining to do. The community is disappointed. If what you said to Muda and Carl was true, please write... Oh, apparently there's more to the video. Please write you're wrong and donate the money ASAP. Reminder, what happened is still on the very shady level, but nobody has proof of wrongdoing or illegality. Just red flags. If it's enough to stop watching The Completionist, it's up to you. It is for me. I'm not coming back until I see receipts and the whole team being in the clear. Filthy and fraudulent. I've got a bad feeling things are about to go down. People here watching 2 videos and already making judgment without letting him give a statement is exactly what's wrong with the internet. And especially this platform. Carl is a good source and trustful, but I still wait for his side. What a shame is all I can say. You have some explaining to do. That's a fucking yikes for me, bro. Yikes, dude. Absolute fraud. I am flabbergasted. The little guy changed mine too. Okay, that's an older tweet. That's one from before. The timing is insane. I hope you go to jail. Nah, bro, nah. Where is the money? It's insane that new game Plus is almost done. Wow, somebody doesn't know what's going on. It's interesting, the Shovel Knight studio. The studio, Yacht Club Games. We are the developers who have dedicated our lives to video games ever since we saw our first pixels. Creators of Shovel Knight and Mina the Howler. Or Hollower. Yeah. Apparently they came out 3 hours ago in support. So that might be a good sign. I don't feel like a game company would make a public statement in support of somebody in drama like this if they didn't have, like, some pretty decent, like, evidence that he might be not in the wrong. I don't know. He has not made a response yet, but apparently we hear from him in this video.
And more contributions, but the point is, this is still money that's sitting in their account. Now, me and Carl actually started a conversation with Gerard to get his side of the story, and he confirms that the money is still sitting in the account.
To answer your question, Carl, I don't have an answer. You know, I think that's my fuck up.
I have personally donated to AFTD and Alzheimer's Association over the years, and that's where, again, I assumed the money was going there to support them as we were talking negotiations about working with them. I don't really have a true answer for that, and that's on me completely, and I will own up to that. But you know, again, it doesn't fucking.
How much do you want to bet that they got him into a call and then blindsided him with asking about this? He does not seem prepared to respond to this question at all.
I don't have an answer, you know? I think that's my fuck up. I have personally donated to AFTD and Alzheimer's Association over the years, and that's where, again, I assumed the money was going there to support them as we were talking negotiations about working with them. I don't really have a true answer for that, and that's on me completely, and I will own up to that. But, you know, again, it doesn't fucking matter. You guys are going to say what you're going to say, and I can't stop it. But the important thing is that all the money...
That's not a good sign. There's a lot of red flags here, guys. This is very latent... Not latent. Very riddled with red flags, if I do say so myself.
It's still in the account. None of it's spent erroneously. It's all above board. Like, it's not hiding in a Cayman account or anything like that. Yeah, and that's the thing about 501Cs is that, like, if I did any of that, the minute I did any malpractice of that nature, literally the government would be like, hey, we're coming after you. And that's, you know, at least legally speaking, everything's above board. And I understand that the question isn't so much legality and so much more about morality in, you know, me advertising this event and showing people sponsors and all that.
It's been like 5 years. Like, how many years has it been? 5? I think he went over years of tax documents. Like, that's a long time for money to be piling up into that account and to be doing that yearly charity. I mean, listen, innocent before proven guilty, and trust me, I've got every reason to be biased in favor of the Completionist. You know, he's a YouTuber I've looked up to for, you know, for as long as he's been apparently doing this charity scam, apparently, allegedly. Yeah, I have every reason to be biased in his favor, but it's just not looking good, guys. It's really not looking good, in my humble opinion.
That stuff.
Now, I think it's quite interesting to almost make it sound like this is about to be some crazy drama story, when in reality, this isn't some tabloid journalism we go for. I kind of find a weird insinuation of that a little bit insulting for me and my colleagues like Carl, people like CoffeeZilla, people like Barely Sociable, who do deep...
Yeah, they've taken part in like, exposing crimes.
...dives and investigative pieces on situations like this.
I guess what I'm asking you guys is, what do you want me to do as soon as possible? If it's like, hey, Gerard, we want you to shut up and take the L so we can make content, that's fine. If that's what you guys think is the way to go, to call it a scam, sure. But I'm not trying to scam anyone. I would never try and scam in honor of my mom. Like, this is, I would not be outward facing knowing that I can get raked through the coals for this.
This isn't drama. This is erroring at best at severe negligence, or it could go into actual charitable fraud. Now, this definition came from legalmatch.com.
If this is a legit, like, fuck up, I really don't feel like he would respond all defensively by saying you're just trying to stir up drama. I feel like he would have an explanation. The fact he doesn't have an explanation is insane.
Which actually said charity...
Doesn't it feel like now if we wait for him to have a statement, that statement's gonna feel a lot less, like, believable than anything he said there? That was him caught off the fly. Like, if something happened and you know what happened, you don't need time to prepare a statement to explain what happened. You just tell the two people in the call what went down. If it's all a big misunderstanding. The fact that he's now going to take time to make a response, no doubt, is a really iffy thing for me. It makes me feel like that response can't be trusted. when we've already seen how he responds off the cuff.
Charity fraud is when someone takes advantage of a charitable or nonprofit organization for their own personal gain. Fraud is defined as intentional deception or misrepresentation made for personal gain. Defrauding a charity can be anything from falsely claiming to be a victim of the disaster in order to get money from a charity, to stealing donations from a collection tin, to setting up a fake charity and pocketing the donations. However, fraudulent activity can also occur when people make dishonest or inflated claims about how much money they have raised or how much it has helped the cause. And again, the dishonest claims are ones that we're going to be looking into now. So again, even with the legal match definition, one of the most common ways to commit charity fraud include pretending to be a charity or falsely claiming to be affiliated with a legitimate charity in order to solicit donations. So at this moment in time, this is where me and Carl decided to look deeper into the Indie Land streams, just to see if they were being very up and honest about the definitions of this charity, and if the money was actually supposed to be earmarked and kept, or it was going to some legitimate organizations. Let's listen closely.
Guys, welcome to Indie Land. For those of you who don't know what we're doing, we're raising money for dementia research and prevention, helping victims who not only have dementia, but the families of those around them. It's obviously a very important cause. I could talk today, near and dear to my heart. I was 10 years old when my mom got dementia, and it's been a journey for me and my family. And so this cause is obviously very personal, and that's why we're here today. Bits, donations, subs, buy the shirt, buy the coin, buy indie games, all that
Buy
stuff.
the coin?
All of it is going to the benefit of helping others.
As in crypto? We need info on that. No? Okay, it's not crypto? Saru, do you, like, is it not crypto? Or are you just saying no, no, no? Like, no, not crypto as far as I remember? It's not crypto? Okay.
For this charity event.
So again, if that is a true statement, then the actual filings would reflect that. Again, we looked through every single aspect of their public filings and found that they didn't contribute anything. In fact, me and Carl even went down and actually got a comment from their organization. And it reads like this in one actual message that we received. Dear Carl, thank you for your inquiry regarding the financial activities of the Open Hand Foundation. We recognize your concerns and are glad to offer clarity in our operations and missions. So again, they actually said since our official registration, and that was back in 2014, we have been evaluating potential beneficiaries who align with our visions, entities that could use our funds efficiently and effectively without a significant portion being diverted to administrative expenses. We asked Gerard about this, and it pretty much seems like what they have said to us in writing matches what he told us in an interview.
Whether it's UCSF or a partner,
Okay.
it's also on our website, because we don't have any other benefactors currently. Like that's why I was like, well, they're taking care of it, but nothing was ever brought to my attention. I just knew that conversations were happening between Alzheimer's Association of America, AFTD Foundation, UCSF started a new organization, I think called like Bluefin or Blue Group, which is like supposed to be their 501c part of their organization. So I know I have a paper trail of us talking to other organizations as early as 2020 and 2021 in an attempt to pay them what they were owed. Most of the conversations we had from some of the bigger orgs like Alzheimer's, they were like, look, if you're not going to pay more than six figures or 6+ figures of what they asked for, then you're just going to waste it. So the goal on the back end for my family that I've been told is like, we're just going to raise a bunch of money and then give it to one org and like make a bigger impact rather than just giving smaller donations that don't move the needle.
Now, I think this is a very, very dumb point in the...
Wait, that's actually theoretically acceptable, but needed to have been like stated, right? To be fair, the money is just accumulating. It's not like there's no amount getting spent, right? Like it's just sitting in that account accumulating, and it is getting reported, right? So it's not getting spent on anything, so the idea that it's being saved up for one massive donation, which of course the purpose of that would be to hit headlines and get a lot of attention, which can be both a selfish motivation and an altruistic one, because you do want your charity to get more attention just for the sake of it being more effective. That's plausible. That's definitely plausible. I can see that being the case. That's a plausible claim. Yeah, but that needs to have been communicated. If like, they weren't actively donating after each stream, the proceeds. Yeah, that needs to very much have been, like, stated and communicated.
The sense that, again, bear with me. If I go to an actual charity right now, for instance, the Alzheimer's Association, one thing you'll see is they'll ask me to gift an amount that is as low as $35. Now, again, if the idea was that a small donation was somehow going to be more geared towards financing this organization's administrative costs versus actually helping Alzheimer's and contributing to the cure, then they should just tell you, why the fuck would you donate $35? Donate $35,000 instead. That's going to matter more. See, the idea of this money going to a doctor's salary is, again, like, who do you think is going to do the research on this anyways? Of course it's going to go to salary for researchers, doctors.
I literally am about to, like, donate all this money today. And prior to that, earlier this week and the week before, and I've just been sitting here crippled trying to figure out the best way to handle this, because I felt like if I donated the money the minute you guys emailed me, it'd be a situation of, well, he's trying to hide it and he's admitting guilt by doing that. And I never felt that way, but I understand completely that you guys could easily argue that, and it would just make me look more like a scumbag. And you know,
he's so defensive, dude. He's so defensive. He's so defensive when a simple explanation would suffice, and he's, like, pulling out every, like, attempt to make himself look innocent in the book. It really comes off as there's just a lot of red flags here, guys. I don't know what to say. I'm detecting them. Left and right.
I just wanted, you know, I want to do right by you guys and what you think. When you guys got the email and I said, please tell us about benefactors, that was genuine, because I haven't found a benefactor that I'm completely happy with, and I want to make sure that this money goes to a good cause in honor of my mom, and I'm upset that the conversations I've had haven't gone the way that I wanted. And I'm willing at this point to...
Something that's, like, that helps Gerard here is that the amount in the account has not dropped. No money's being taken out to be spent on, like, other shit from the looks of things. Like, it's staying there over the course of years and years and years, which would, you know, corroborate his claim that he's saving it up for one massive donation. But once again, if that's the case, that needed to have been communicated. Like, that the money wasn't directly getting donated after each charity stream. Or event. That's a must-know thing.
Just donate the money to whoever. I want it to go in the right spot. I don't want it to go to some doctor's salary or some expense bill for a massive organization that it's not going to do anything for.
There's probably going to be administrative costs, but it doesn't mean that charities only function when you give them a lot of money. In fact, a lot of charitable donations are just drips and drabs that add up to serious amounts. And based on the filings, with over $600,000 sitting in an...
Most of my living that I make and use to, like, pay my rent and buy food and whatnot comes from, like, a cumulative amount of you guys, a bunch of you guys donating very small amounts, all adding together over the course of the month. You guys just, a bunch of you all just donate $5, and that accumulates to be more than those of you guys who drop the big donos. And the big donos help a lot, don't get me wrong, but those tiny donos make up a very sizable portion of the total that I make. They add up. Same thing for charities.
Account, that's going to do an actual difference in the world. At least more difference than just sitting in a bank account anyways. Now again, Gerard will tell us how you make this right. And again, instead of worrying about how...
Cypher says, I'm a tax accountant. It doesn't necessarily mean the money is in an account. They could have used the money on themselves, and when it came time to distribute that money, they would just have to use personal funds to cover what should have been in the account. The IRS doesn't track bank statements and such to confirm what you report unless they audit the org. Ah, okay.
the internet perceives you after watching this video
So
or
I
this
guess
news
that
story,
isn't really
you should just donate the money to the charity.
It's illegal though. So yeah, apparently what I said before isn't necessarily a point in favor of Gerard. Ooh. In that case, things are looking bad.
That you've said. Going back to their comment, they wanted to address the regulatory frameworks with which 501c3 organizations like ours operates. We are subject to stringent regulations and are required to maintain compliance with federal laws. Our operations are transparent to regulatory bodies, including the IRS, and are subject to review to ensure adherence to these laws. Should there be any irregularities or misuse of funds, agencies such as the DOJ would intervene. Dude, the US government is not God, okay? Just because there's probably a lot of bad things going on transparently to the world. Remember, the IRS and the DOJ are human organizations. This probably isn't even enough money to show up on their radars. It'll show up on their radars now that people are reporting about this, but in general, just because you are a 501c3 organization doesn't mean that you are immediately in the clear. Obviously, the IRS...
God, who's still huffing the copium here? Who here is still huffing copium? Oh, Hunter Avalone, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that, buddy. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're vibing. We're watching Mudahar's new video on The Completionist, one of my favorite content creators for quite some time now. You know, growing up, getting exposed for allegedly committing charity fraud of upwards of $650,000, by the way. So, yeah, it's looking spicy.
Should audit this after we've come to this. Any accountant that I've shown this to has brought up red flags after red flags. Even in the year of 2015, to show you their other expenses.
Same, yeah, there was an accountant chat just a second ago who was like, yeah, this isn't looking good. Like, he could totally still be pulling money out for personal usage and just covering it with personal funds. Oh.
Expenses schedule. What's insane is when it comes to expenses, they've literally put expenses in just a general bucket called expenses. $27,000 that they spent. Again, not really even breaking this down. You got your business registration fees for 50, your taxes for 425, but any accountant will tell you this is just an audit waiting to happen. If the IRS sits down and audits you, they're going to make you break down exactly what $27,000 in expenses are. Especially when I look up the expenses year after year after year. 2015, they spent 28 grand. 2016, they spent 11 grand. With such variations, the IRS should ask you why you spent $125,000 and exactly how. Again, you should just be forthcoming and transparent. And I have no doubt that the federal government will probably want to look into this. And they should. And one of the things is, to compare it to another organization, this is the 990 filings of the Alzheimer's Association, and you can see instead of just writing expenses, they actually
they make a
detail
lot.
Exactly where and how they're spending the money. This is the kind of
million.
accounting you want to see, not just throwing it into one bucket and calling it a day. So then they ask me and Carl a really wild question, okay? As we actively search for a partnership that meets our high standards, we welcome any recommendations you may have for our potential.
Yeah, with all the reports he's probably getting to the IRS now, he's definitely getting audited at this point, for sure. Like, we'll find out if any fuckery's going on based on that, at the very least.
Potential benefactors. If you are aware of any organizations or research entities that might share our dedication that could benefit from our support, we are more than willing to consider them in good faith. Dog, why should we, the journalists, do your job for you? You're the charitable organization. You've just been holding on to money when your only job was to find who you should donate to. It is actually wild that people are donating to this foundation and not knowing that their money was just sitting there the entire time. That's the real deceptive part of this. The entire time we were sitting here wondering, yes, our money is going to dementia research, when in reality, nothing was given, it seems, according to these filings. And that money might as well have not existed, and the fight against dementia is not being assisted at all with your money if you were giving it in this fashion. And while, again, we talked with Gerard, he says, how can he make this right? It's donate the money to the charities that you said. That'll make a difference. If the money is there, which you said it is, and according to these filings, there are, just donate the money. So Carl responded with, "Hi Jack, thank you for your detailed response. I would greatly appreciate if you could clarify. Why do you have the UCSF listed as a benefactor on your website if Open Hand does not even contribute to them? Is UCSF the institution you referenced that you made contributions to before the official registration that you believe made insufficient progress? Good point to make. If so, why do you believe they made insufficient progress? Would you also mind clarifying what you mean when you say you donated body parts? Lastly, do you believe that donors have a right to know that their donations have not gone towards dementia research, as they were led to believe? Indieland has been running since 2018. Do you think it's appropriate that it continues to ask for money when it hasn't contributed any of it or even knows where the money will go? And this is the most baffling response from this organization. Carl, UCSF is acknowledged on our website as part of our historical contributions. As the foundation strategy has evolved, so has our selection of research partners, always with an eye towards more effectively advancing our mission. Now, again, looking into their filings, throughout the years, one thing...
So it's like they're trying to stall for time to justify holding on to the money almost. It's how it feels. Like they're trying to find, like, yeah, we're just really trying to find the perfect organization. That kind of process takes a streamer or a YouTuber like a month. Or like a week, and then they do a charity stream for a charity they vetted, and it's like all good. That like this just isn't a good argument. That money ain't helping anyone, not as it is right now. But I mean, if it goes to where it's meant to go, I mean, it's maybe just a drop in the bucket. But I mean, think about diseases that today are considered absolutely trivial, that literally 100 or so years ago were death sentences that we've cured. You guys know tuberculosis was like a death sentence almost always, and super common and contagious, and like a massive killer of like people for a long fucking time. And that not being a thing we have to worry about is pretty goddamn new. The money going to research helps. Don't resign yourself to thinking that these diseases are a thing that humanity has to deal with forever.
Is apparent. Everyone in this organization, if you look at the breakdown of their employees, it all just appears to be family members listed as presidents, directors, VPs, and secretaries. And they've worked 0 hours, meaning they haven't been compensated, but they also haven't done shit apparently according to the filings. So then they say the specifics of biological donations are secret, obviously.
I love John
The Open
Green.
Hand Foundation ensures all donors that funds are conserved with diligence and foresight earmarked for research endeavors that align with our stringent criteria for impactful use. The Indie Land event embodies our mission to raise both awareness and funds diligently and responsibly. Nowhere on their own website or Indie Land's website have they written somewhere where they said, hey, listen, you can contribute to this incredible cause. Your proceeds go to charity. If you told me instead of going directly to the charity that it was going to your own bank account, sitting there collecting dust for years, then people probably wouldn't donate, okay? This is absolutely deceptive. Like, the Open Hand Foundation apparently says that it ensures the donors that it's going to be earmarked when they just say your gift will contribute to vital research for a cure.
Look at me, I beat leukemia, which is a death sentence in the 60s. Holy shit, Night Mothism! That's fucking awesome! Like, you straight up beat leukemia? You're in remission for how fucking long? I didn't even know that was a thing. What are you, like, Eddie Brock in that one Spider-Man comic where he can never, like, he has cancer, but he just stays alive, and the doctors are like, what the fuck? Give me the lore, Night Mothism. No one in my family has ever beaten cancer. Yeah, who knows? Oh, do you not know how long it's been? Night Mothism, I'm curious. Gah. All right. We can't pause for any longer. I can't wait any longer for a response. Saint Jimmy, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based in Pog. I've been in remission since August. Oh, Pog. Hell yeah. Keep strong at it, Night Mothism. I'm rooting for you. Thank you so much for sharing. We are all rooting for you. Thank you so much for being here. And St. Jimmy, of course, thank you for the $10, as I said before. Had a combo with a friend today. He is one of the people who say politics shouldn't be in video games. His favorite game is Metal Gear Solid 5. I am shocked and chagrined. Yeah, conservatives have never been known for their strong media analysis. You have to understand, when they say they don't like politics in games, they mean, like, representation that feels like it's been motivated by, like, progressive politics in the corporate scene. Like, when they can detect anything that feels that way, they lose their shit.
Cure for this devastating disease. If I gave you money, according to your filings, it doesn't actually go to the research. It's just sitting in your own accounts. That's what's fucked up. So while we understand the necessity of due diligence and charitable engagements, yes, that is the whole point of a public charity. The insinuation of wrongdoing on the part of Open Hand Foundation is both unwarranted and unfounded. Again, I wouldn't say that it's unwarranted and unfounded. Nearly every accountant that I've shown this to has seen the red flags. We conduct our operation within a bound of legal and ethical standards. Again, according to your filings, the money is there. All you gotta do is donate it to the people that you claim to be donating to. Now here's another glaring problem. If you go back to any of their filings, for instance, this is from 2016, you can see that when they check their organizations, they call themselves a Section 501c3 exempt private foundation. The problem with this is, according to the IRS, they actually have two designations, private foundations and public charities. Generally, organizations that are classified as public charities have an active program of fundraising and receive contributions from many sources, including the general public. Again, that would be getting donations through IndieLand with like publicly viewed live streams from the general public. Again, that is one issue right there. I'm a computer scientist, so I really, really urge anybody that has background in tax accounting for charitable organizations, or hell, if the IRS is watching this, one of the things that Carl brought up
if the IRS is watching
very recently was the 5% rule, which again, this is a very complicated rule, but the idea is the US government expects foundations to use their assets to benefit society, and they enforce it through Section 4942 of the Internal Revenue Code, which requires private foundations to distribute 5% of the market value, the fair market value of their endowment, each year for charitable purposes. So again, I want to see how this rule is done, because according to the filings we've seen, they haven't actually given any money. They spent money on operating expenses, but again, we need to actually see if they're giving their money to a charitable organization. You know,
Bro, this could be bad. This could be bad, chat. Like, as in, we find out the resolution of this from a news report of, like, legal action being taken. Like, this is... Whew! Oh boy. I'm really hoping for the best here. I really am. I like the Completionist a lot. I don't want this to be... I don't want this to end up being awful. Doesn't he have a kid? What's that have to do with any of this?
Again, I want everyone professional in the industry to look into this, because this is very... Again, when I said that this raises red flags to any CPA or accountant that I've shown, there's a reason for that. And again, before the organization tells us that they're doing the absolute best in responsible stewardship, I want them to explain all of this, because these are just a few discrepancies we found. I could only imagine what a professional auditor will find with this situation. Now, one of the red flags in this was Gerard even told us that he kind of knew about this, a couple months before. Before a while, he used to think that what was going on was money was being donated, until very recently he found out that no, the money was still sitting in the account, and it actually started somewhat of a civil war within this organization as to, let's donate this money now, because he's a public-facing figure of this organization. He's going to face a lot of the backlash.
I knew it was sitting there at a certain point, and that's what made me proactively go about it. Like,
do you know when that point was?
I was made aware in 2021 when the money hadn't moved yet.
Years
and
ago.
that's what made me go, that's not fucking cool. And that's when I got personally involved to move it. And
did anyone...
2021 last year, 2022.
Yeah, did anyone tell you that the money was going somewhere?
He literally started this by saying, I don't know what to tell you, I don't have an explanation, and now he's explaining this. It feels like he's made something up on the fly, doesn't it? Like, why would he have said he doesn't know what to tell them before?
Somewhere before then. Were you being misled?
No. No one told me anything. I assumed that it was all going to a charity, and I assumed it correctly.
But the
Carl
reality
Jobs is a white
if
nationalist?
you even knew that, how could you prepare for IndieLand?
Wait, is Carl Jobs a white nationalist? I've never gotten that impression from his content. Fortnite, is that real? He is? Am I thinking of somebody else instead of him? I haven't heard anything about that? Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that either. I'm pretty sure he's not. I think he just does, like, investigative, like, stuff on YouTube and exposing like crypto scammer type stuff. And like, yes, Sanderhall, he's regularly in Sargon's comments and stuff. Oh. Ooh. 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 That sucks. Yeah. One thing you guys also have to remember, though, about large mainstream YouTubers like Mutahar, though, is that there's not really this, like, there's not really any social, faux pas against being friends with, like, people on the far, far right. People in the mainstream YouTube sphere would shit on you if you expected someone not to be friends with Alex Jones. The idea of making things political like that is not really, like, something that flies, so it doesn't surprise me that Muda isn't really, like, either aware or cares about that. Muda talked to Vosh on stream once? Well, yeah, but, like, Muda's exact words are, like, losing friends over politics is dumb. Yeah, like, Muda doesn't believe that someone's political opinions should be something that makes you not be friends with them, which, you know, believing we should enslave certain races of people and exterminate others is a political opinion, but I draw the line somewhere for sure. Some don't, but it's just kind of the state of normie politics online.
In 2023 or anything. This is a glaring issue that you needed to fix a long time ago. Now, from the statements that Gerard made on his streams for IndieLand 2020 and various other Indie Lands, it leads everyone.
Carl Jops isn't the white nationalist. I think Fortnite is mistaking Carl for RWG, another GoldenEye speedrun person. I hope so. Everything I said before still stands, but, like, yeah. Muda also runs a podcast with Nextaku, yeah. I'm really sorry, guys, but, like, if you like a popular mainstream YouTuber, they're probably friends with people that think you shouldn't exist and should die, and they don't have a problem with that. It sucks, but most mainstream YouTubers are so, like, you know, centrist brained that they don't see that as, like, a red flag for friendship. I'm used to it, yeah. It sucks, but, you know. So, like, South Park basically played a big part in teaching a whole generation of internet people that caring about shit is cringe.
Everyone to believe, realistically, that the money is going to some charities. Listen to this really closely.
Brother and I started a foundation called the Open Hand Foundation that raises money for dementia research and treatment for organizations all over the world. We're soon going to be partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association, currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main funding support partners going into all of this.
So, working with the University of San Francisco, I thought they were listed in your definition as a historical, like, organization, and you were looking for other people. Again, the claims that are being made are definitely subject to review here. But the most important thing about it is, like, going to be working with the Alzheimer's Association, which is super odd to me because why do you have to run these long-term partnerships? If you're going to donate to the Alzheimer's Association, you should just be writing a check to them. If you're watching this stream and you hear that, in your head, you're thinking, yes, the money that I'm going to be donating is probably going to go to these established charities anyway. Normally when YouTubers run charities, they probably just link directly to that charity via a payment processor. But in the case of this, it actually went to that Open Hand Foundation. And the money was just stuck in that account, not being given to some of these organizations.
All bits, all donations, all super chats, all YouTube memberships, basically anything that's tied to donating or...
Haven't watched South Park, but it's mostly a parody of the parody. It is mostly parody the right. Or does it mostly parody the right? It parodies both sides fairly equally, though more recently it's been leaning more towards making fun of the left. But the right doesn't have media literacy, so they just kind of claimed South Park culturally. And a lot of people just take the wrong lessons from it.
Subscribing in a financial way to us is going to charity. We're not touching any of it. It's all going for a good cause. We're going to have a great weekend. We have a lot of games.
So when he says he's not touching any of it, when we talked to Gerard, he said that there was a couple of years that IndieLand actually dipped into the Open Hand Foundation to cover...
I love that I can track the time of day that he's recording the video on his phone. I'm pretty sure that's not sunlight. I think that's actually like a street lamp from outside. I think he's recording this at 2 a.m. I like that I can watch the time on his phone that's sitting on the desk, and I can see how long it took him to record the video. That's fun. I like doing that. It's always funny when someone has a clock in the background.
For some expenses. So this is a false statement that's being made.
So Indieland is a separate thing from OpenHand.
Correct,
But
yes.
were you saying that OpenHand was paying expenses for Indieland, though?
Only some years and no more than a couple $1,000s depending on the year. If it was too much money, just to make it right, because you're not supposed to really do that, especially when you have no operating expenses, I'd only reimburse myself and did it appropriately through the open hand when applicable, but not every year and no more than a couple $1,000s maximum.
If you touch any money from charity, even if it's for operating expenses, that's not money that's all going to charity. Not all of it at all. And of course, even when you look at the filings, $0 has been contributed or granted to some of these organizations that they claim to help.
All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with the people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing.
So here he claims that he works with the people to help them do their thing. They don't touch any of the money, even though, as far as expenses have gone for operating their organization, it's been up to $125,000, rivaling a net contribution of $0 throughout their existence to these actual people that they claim to be helping, which again, is just fucked up.
We're raising money for dementia.
The fact that so much of the money has gone to the running expenses and none to the charity as well is such a bad look at best. Such a bad look at best.
Dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTT Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
And there he lists who he's working with, which again contrasts with their actual statement they gave to me and Carl, where they were just evaluating potential beneficiaries. Again, if you could name these people, why couldn't you write a check to them? $650,000 is a very, very, very good amount to start actually making a difference in the fight against Alzheimer's. And even if you didn't have that amount, even if it was like $60 that you raised, because you raised it in charitable funds, you told the audience who you were raising it for, who you were working with, you have an obligation, a legal obligation to donate to those exact organizations. And again, to also respond to Gerard when we were talking, it's not about writing a check to any organization. It's about writing the amounts for those exact organizations that you've been listing throughout the years. Because for anybody watching, for anybody looking at this who's ever donated to Indieland, you want your money to go to the places that you were told.
For me personally, this was a really important project for FlyQuest to sponsor. I've had people in my immediate family that have suffered from dementia, people really close to me, so I've personally experienced it. And so when this initiative kind of came across my desk, it was easy to approve. Also, just for context, I'm Brian Anderson. I'm the CEO of FlyQuest. I'm not sure I actually introduced myself here at the beginning.
He looks like a crypto bro.
Great to meet everyone on the stream. Thank you so much for watching. Just really, really excited to help you guys out, participate. Thank you so much for using the space. And also wanted to do a quick announcement as well.
Sure.
FlyQuest is going to be supporting this initiative, not just for the space, but we're also going to be contributing $15,000 to the donations. Wow. Let's fire it off.
Wow. Do you think he knew that the money that he gave from his organization just sat in an account when he popped the confetti? That's a question I want to see. What do you think the CEO of FlyQuest is going to think when he sees this whole situation unfold before his eyes? That's the most messed up thing in this entire situation, too. But ignore the fact...
Does anybody have that guy's Twitter? That CEO's Twitter? Does anyone have his Twitter? Verified the real one? I want to see if he's tweeted. Anyone chat? You're all spamming about the ads. Gah. Alright, we'll move on.
That this is a CEO donating a lot of money to, even average individuals who are giving money away in the chase of $2,000, right? From one user who said, Gerard, it was a pleasure meeting you in Frasier with my buddy Airdorf a few months back. Big fan, thanks for supporting game devs like us. Dementia runs in my family as well, so Indieland always holds a special place in my heart. Distribute all the hot sauce y'all can handle, protect Watts. Again, do you think this guy knew that his $2,000 was just sitting in an account instead of going to these charitable organizations?
Nobody knew.
That's the real... Again, I can't stress it enough. That's the part that hurts to see the most. But again, like I said at the beginning, it really feels like this is negligence at best. But again, it really takes the IRS to investigate this and see what these expenses and what this organization was doing. Because from the outside looking in, it's incredibly weird to see money being raised, but not distributed as it should be. It is a wild situation. But again, the real damning part about this is not the fact that this is the completionist. This is somebody that, I do respect. I had respect for. This is a situation where it makes me question every charity, right? Because again, I would never look into this because it's run on the foundation of his late mother, and especially covering an illness that I think a lot of people, especially people watching this video, know all too well. If you got elderly family in your life, I pray every day that I never have to see my mom and dad, or uncles and aunts go through dementia. I pray every day because it's a really scary situation to be in. And that's why, like, when I hear charity money hasn't been appropriated when it should be for stuff like this, it burns me on the inside. This isn't like childhood tabloid gossip stuff. This is serious, serious situations that need to have federal agencies looking into. That's all I'm going to put into it. And again, Gerard, instead of thinking about the perception the public will have over this video or this news story that me and Carl are covering, you need to think about the fact that the money is there. It shouldn't have mattered if me and Carl sent a message to your organization and you were thinking, should I donate the money now? Is it going to make me look guilty or not? Look, at the end of the day, you messed up.
It.
But if the money is there, it's still not too late. It's never too late to donate to the charities you've listed, because that's the whole point of this.
Do it ASAP.
The whole point is, like the foundation says, to make a fucking difference. And making a difference starts with appropriating this money to the right people to make sure the fight against dementia is alive and well. Not money doesn't do anything if it's sitting in an account just operating payroll expenses or operating expenses for a charity that should be a foundation that should be donating. If we hadn't covered this, would the Open Hand Foundation have donated in the next year, the next 5 years, the next 10 years? It's a question I'll ask forever till the end of time. Now, I don't want anybody to walk into this and think charities are automatically bad. Not all charities are bad. This is an incredibly wild case of severe mismanagement of money that should never have happened. When you start seeing when you see this situation, it makes you question every charity. I'm questioning every charity, especially YouTuber-run things nowadays. And what hurts the most about the story is the fact that the actual subject matter, the charity, the topic of it is so sensitive. I respected this YouTuber immensely who I covered. This wasn't a situation of me covering, somebody that was automatically on my shit list.
By the way, do you guys want to know how I did a charity stream and, like, how simple it is? Like, you literally... This is what I did. Now, granted, simple one-off thing, so not, like, there's no company or anything made to make this, like, easier, but, or more complicated, to be honest. Literally just did a charity stream where it's like, all right, everybody, all the proceeds that go through this link are going to the ocean charity that Mr. Beast did, the Team C's thing. They're going to Team C's. And we ended up raising like 4,700 something bucks in one night. And then I just took that money and donated it through to the charity on their website through PayPal. And then they literally give you like a little plaque, like a little digital plaque that says, thank you. Insert your name for the amount that you donated, and I posted it on Twitter. It's literally that simple. It's just that simple. The transaction takes 5 seconds. You can write a check. Show us. It's on my Twitter. This is from years ago when Team C's was happening. Just search Xander Hall Team C's on Twitter. It'll come up.
List anyway. Somebody that I didn't like to begin with. Somebody that automatically gave me bad vibes. This is a YouTuber I respected. And I will tell you right now, before I looked into the story with Carl, I wanted to believe this was some bad dream and we came across some wild discrepancy. But everyone that I've talked to, Gerard included, knows that this is a bad thing, knows that this shouldn't have happened. And the only way to make it right is to fucking donate this money. That said, though, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike.
Have you seen that the right is trying to advocate for defunding the IRS? Some Republican stooge, I forgot who it was, got raided by the IRS recently, and they had like helicopters and shit, and the Republicans are like, oh my god, look at the IRS, they're getting out guns and helicopters, they shouldn't have this kind of power, this is awful, taxation is theft, yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Anyway, Cherry, end the segment there. I never recorded that because I didn't expect it to end up being such a good segment-worthy topic, but I'm going to have Cherry rip that bit from the VOD to make it into a segment. By the way, 609 people here right now. Basically 69, which nice. Consider dropping a like if you want to help me out. How fucking cool is this lighting, by the way? Sometimes I like to turn and look at it like in real life because it looks so much nicer in real life. But like, how freaking cool is this lighting? Yeah, this the light thing that I'm using right now was 35 bucks on Amazon. Please link the buy to the light, please. Yeah. Aurora Borealis. There you go. I love it for real. It's so nice. I think I'm going to get another one. Should I buy another one, like, right now? Hold on. My full name is Alexander Hallway. Good one. Oh, yeah, we already got the Twitter, that CEO. It wasn't really interesting. Yeah, I'm going to straight up order another one. Buy now. There we go. Tomorrow, delivery. Good, good, good. And place my order. That should all be good. Order placed. Should arrive tomorrow. Yep, so it'll arrive tomorrow morning. It'll arrive tomorrow morning. I'll have another one. And I'll be able to set it up, like, right there. And so it'll be able to shine... I guess it... Well, yeah, no, yeah. Because, like, here is where I would want it to shine. So I would actually be able to angle that one more this way. And be able to get more of what's on the ceiling there, more down to this way and around there. And I'd be able to shine one more that way and light up what's behind me here a bit more. And then there would be multiple patterns at that point crossing over each other. So I think it'd look really cool. I think it'd look even more like water ripples. This is such a cool fucking... I love this lighting. I must admit, I literally set it up this morning, and I received this morning, and I'm still mind blown at how cool it is. Can we call this the Steamed Zans arc? Amazing. Okay, let me see. Bloop, 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 bloop. Check in Discord. Cool. All right. What is the light called? I posted a link to it on in the chat. The Amazon link to buy it. Is it like an attached fan like the ones you get for your phone? No. No, it's literally just a little thing, and you plug it into the wall, and it just projects light, and you switch around some settings with a remote. Like, I've got a little remote here, and this remote changes the color, so we can actually cycle through it really fast for the new people here. Ooh, look at that. Now we're in the green zone. We're in the Emerald Dream. And then here we're literally in space. Just full-on space stream. We could, if I do any, like, maybe for Destroy All Humans, we could just do this, and I'm just straight up in space. That could be cool. Then we've got, like, I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Just red and white, and a little tinge of green, I see. Not my favorite. This one's pretty cool. The green and red. This is a very Halloween-y one, I feel. Actually, this is very Christmassy. It's less, this is actually a really Christmassy one. I think this is what I would use on Christmas. It also looks like Aurora Borealis, and it is Christmas colors. So I think when I do 12 Days of Xanmas, this is the lighting I'll be using. I think that'll look really cool. And then... Oh, come on. Then we've got Under the Sea. This one is quite beautiful, I must admit. I will definitely give this one a try next stream. Purple won this stream, but next stream we're going to go with this blue and green. I like it a lot. This one's really pretty. And then we've also got this green, white, and red. Not the biggest fan of it, to be honest. Not the biggest fan. And then right back to our cool purple that we like. Actually, I don't think... Yeah, this is it, I think. This is the purple we've been using? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so we've done the full circle. I'm pretty sure... Actually, no, because we haven't gotten to the RGB yet. Yep, next we've got RGB. So this is the one that cycles through all of them. Like, I can literally just set it to cycle through everything here. So that's really cool. The cycling is super duper neat. I like this a lot. And then I've got like a deep, deep blue. It's kind of purplish, but I think it's meant... Well, in real life, it is a deep blue, but on my screen, it looks almost like so deep blue it's become purple. That makes sense. Now we've got like... Oh, this is the Emerald Dream. Now my room's the Emerald Dream. Maybe this is the light I'll set it to when I sleep, so I can pretend like I'm a Malfurion Stormrage and I'm sleeping in the Emerald Dream. Maybe it'll help my sleep. Now I'm in hell. This is like for the ultimate Halloween stream. This is for the Halloween streams, dude. And any spooky game stream, like when we go back to Dead Space, dude. Imagine this when I'm streaming more Dead Space Remake. And Doom, like any horror game or like action, blood, gory themed game, this is the lighting we would use. Here's like the Bifrost. I'm pretty sure this is like the colors of the Bifrost or something. Oh, never mind. This is the colors of the Bifrost. Now I'm literally in fucking Asgard right now. Holy hell. This would be what I'd use when we play through God of War. The new God of War games, we'd use this one. The Bifrost colors. For the nice Norse mythology theme. It's also gay, because it's rainbow. So this is the gay one. This is also really pretty. I must admit, like, holy shit, that's pretty. That's nice. Oh, this one's even deeper. This one, like, cuts out the white light, so it's a little more... It's a little more, like, clear, the colors. We got some more, like, this feels like shallow water, almost. I don't even know what this is supposed to be, like, fog? Like, ghostly fog realm? I don't even know what this is supposed to be. And then back to our cool void. Our void magic explosion. This is the one that we've been on, that won the poll before, and I really like it. I am an enjoyer of it. Oh, have you guys seen the, quick stunlock, have you guys seen the new World of Warcraft announcement? At the new BlizzCon, instead of announcing one expansion, they announced 3 expansions all at once, and it's going to be a 3 expansion long saga, like story arc. And they released the trailer for the first one, The War Within, the first expansion of the saga, and it looks really cool. Some of the best cinematic animation I've seen. I'll wait for the ads to end. God, so many ads. Twitch is crazy with the ads. People give YouTube so much shit, but Twitch has been worse with it for so long. Freaking Taco Bell ad. Be fair, I might get Taco Bell after stream. Ooh. Ads over? Okay. Here is the trailer. Woke field ad, great. Here is the trailer for the first expansion in the 3 expansion long saga that has been announced for World of Warcraft. that really looks like it's going to be kind of wrapping up WoW, based on how they've described it. Like, it really seems like what they're looking at is pretty much like leading up to a WoW 2, potentially. So, pretty hyped. Let's watch the trailer. I was so hyped when this dropped, dude. I was in VC with my friends, just absolutely losing my mind. They were too. I think I'm gonna be busy tonight at Pillow. But I'd like to watch you play it another time. It's very nostalgic for me.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide.
Is that it? Infamous goes so hard.
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
Big orc.
I suspect many have.
Manduin.
lately.
God, this animation is gorgeous.
Something
This is all CGI. CG, by the way.
is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore! I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done!
You are not your past, Anduin.
Yep, he's got his dad's sword.
I trust you.
I'm so excited for this. WoW's getting the Heidelin.
They're getting worse. Look. Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
God, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yeah. That's a big sword. What the fuck? The whole planet's gonna explode? Potentially. Potentially. It might. It was aimed at Vosh. Okay, I gotta go pee. I will be right back. Enjoy the sound of the music, and I will return. I'm happy to inform you. I also got a cookie. I was hungry. Oh boy. Okay. Let me get the next segment ready. Butter dog. Dog with the butter on him. Butter dog. The dog with the butter. Butter dog. Alright. Oh, stop, YouTube! Please! God, I hate YouTube so much. What an awful platform. Okay. Yeah, YouTube just refuses to pause the video. Like, no, you will not keep the video paused if you rewind it. Fuck you. Okay. Everyone! You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, I've got a fairly interesting topic to start this segment off with, but I promise you, it'll all make sense in a moment. We're going to be talking about the popular animated show, The Simpsons. You see, recently, I've heard rumblings. Now, I liked The Simpsons growing up. You know, it was a staple of animation growing up. I think everyone has had a similar experience almost. And I think we can all agree that for the last 20 or so years, The Simpsons has been basically a shadow of its former self. Like a zombie, just kind of being propagated for the sake of, you know, having a consistent flow of positive ratings and, you know, at least livable ratings, I should say. Old Simpsons is extremely culturally relevant, much less so stuff that's come out the last 15 or so years. Now, considering that, I haven't watched much of any recent Simpsons in the last 15 years, or I should say I hadn't. Stay with me here. I had no interest in checking out modern Simpsons considering I'd heard so much negative stuff about it. I'd seen so much negative stuff when I would check in on it. I figured The Simpsons would probably just decay a slow, painful death over time. But then a video came up in my recommended. A video that had a title that surprised me, especially with how high of a view count and positive of a response it had. The video was titled simply, "The Simpsons is good again." My chair literally fucking spins every time I take my hands off my desk. Okay. The video is called "The Simpsons is good again," and since then, quite a few other videos have come out to essentially, like, repeat the same sentiment. Like, it's been a pretty popular sentiment in YouTube video essays as of late. Simply, The Simpsons is good again. The video is by Super Eye Patchwolf. It came out a month ago and has 1.2 million views. I'll go ahead and play just the intro of it to give you an idea of, like, what's up.
The year is 2003, and a teenage version of myself is lying on my parents' hardwood floor, and in horror, I have just thought something I have never thought while watching The Simpsons. That wasn't funny. This moment of devastating disillusionment came midway through season 15, episode 4, when, after getting off a flight to London, the Simpsons are greeted by British Prime Minister Tony Blair before he flies away on a jetpack. By modern Simpsons standards, it's a forgettable joke, but back then, it filled me with a, quite frankly, unreasonable level of rage. For any other TV show, this scene wouldn't have mattered, but this was The Simpsons. This was the most untouchable sitcom of all time. A show so impactful and iconic that even its tiny moments like a man disappearing into a hedge are to this day immortalized over and over. Golden Age Simpsons is as close as humanity has come to a perfect season of television. And with that level of hyperbole now in play, you can see how a limp, sanitized visual gag like Tony Blair flying on a jetpack caused an unreasonable level of emotion in a younger version of myself. However, I was not the only one having those moments. As The Simpsons shot past its 10th season, many of the people who'd made it great, including the original creator Matt Groening, left the show, leaving its staff of writers with an impossible task: live up to what The Simpsons had been. A fall so extreme it led to the era known as Zombie Simpsons. In time, what was now deemed Zombie Simpsons bloated to become the vast majority of the show. Even by the most generous standards, classic Simpsons ended around season 10, and from—
So, I'd caved and watched this video upon request by YouTube. And so far, I'm following, right? Like, okay, cool. Like, as far as I'm aware, The Simpsons has kind of been a corpse dragging itself along for the last decade and a half, 2 decades pretty much. And at this point, I'm like, okay, so when are we going to get to the supposedly Simpsons is good again claims? Because, like, I'm not opposed to getting back into watching The Simpsons if it actually is good again. Like, absolutely, I would be down to get into it. I like The Simpsons. If it's actually good, I don't think it needs to end. Like, I don't think it's, like, being sort of artificially propagated if it's actually of high quality. So, let's hear what he has to say.
From there, the show
We're not watching this whole video, by the way, just the opening.
would limp on for another 25 years. I have spent
25
several
years.
decades and practically every major milestone of my life accepting that The Simpsons is bad, that it is an uncanny version of what it used to be, and what was so good about it is never coming back. So imagine my shock when, late last year, I began to hear a quiet but confident murmuring. The Simpsons is good again. It was subtle at first, a whispered recommendation at a con, the ping of a Discord message. A gentle but mounting enthusiasm that would soon explode when earlier this year, a Vulture article was published titled, The Simpsons is Good Again. For those of you saying I stole the title of this article for this video, I did. Please don't be too mean about it. The article looks at how the production of The Simpsons has changed and how, at least according to the writer of this article, that has resulted in a dramatic increase in quality in the show's most recent seasons, season 33 and 34. But most interestingly to me is how the article states that these new episodes have been praised by everyone, from The Simpsons original writers to even members of the Dead Homer Society, the blog that originally coined the term Zombie Simpsons. And so, I got curious.
So, this is where I'm going to cut off our reaction. I continued to watch the rest of the video, and he reviews a bunch of the episodes in season 33, I believe it was. And I was genuinely impressed with simply his retellings of what happens in those episodes. I was genuinely impressed. Like, the concepts alone sounded like they, excuse me, sounded like they, like, dunked on the concepts that The Simpsons has dealt with for the last 25 years by a long shot. So I decided, I've got Disney Plus, screw it. I'll watch the two newest seasons of The Simpsons, seasons 33 and 34, that everyone's saying are so good. Now, I've not watched season 34 yet, which I've heard is supposed to be better than season 33. But I've watched about half of season 33 so far. And I must concur. The Simpsons is fucking good again. And if I can put it into a few words, like as simply as possible, why it is so good right now, it is because they have heavily focused the storytelling for the episodes of these seasons on the characters. It is heavily character-focused storytelling, rather than let's take The Simpsons and put them in a funny modern situation. It's, let's take this character and what we know about their character fundamentally and challenge it. Let's build an episode around the personality of a character and forcing that character's personality to interact with that concept. And oh my god, has it bred some of the best episodes of The Simpsons, I should say, in 25 years. Some of them, I would say, beat out some of the Golden Age era Simpsons episodes, but here's the key. They don't feel like old Simpsons. They don't feel like old Simpsons, like they're dredging up old nostalgia and trying to, like, recapture what made it so magical back in the day. It feels like they're doing something completely new, and it's great. And that's what I think is so special, is that it is an actual, earnest, genuine evolution of the show that has led to a very clear increase in quality. One of the most recent episodes is a two-parter that's about an hour long in total, called A Serious Flanders. I believe this actually won some awards. It's in season 33. And it kind of destroys the concept of Flandersization within The Simpsons entirely. It's about, let's just say it, oh fuck, I can't even describe it. It's so fucking good. It's just so fucking good. Let's just say there is a dangerous man who comes to Springfield who wants to collect on a debt that he considers Flanders owes him due to something his grandfather did, Flanders' grandfather did. And the episode opens with him saying, "There are no good men." And then it cuts to Ned Flanders. And the episodes are all about Ned, for the sake of trying to save people and do the right thing, being forced to do horrible things, from lying to kidnapping to stealing. I won't go on, but it is a genuinely fantastic character drama about Ned Flanders, where his morals are challenged because he has to do bad things to save somebody. It's really good. And that's just one episode. That's just one episode. There's another one that deals with... Oh, I'm not even going to spoil it for you. I really enjoyed them. The episodes in Season 33. I heard the episodes in Season 34 are even better. I was absolutely impressed. I really, really was. And, yeah, just overall, people have been, at least in the animation community online that are tapped in, having a very positive response to The Simpsons the last couple years, especially the last 6 months or so. There's been a very positive feedback for The Simpsons online. So you watch from 30 onward. I would recommend you start with seasons 32 and 33. Or 33 and 34, sorry. People are saying the prior ones are good. I recommend you just start with season 33. That's seasons 33 and 34 are the ones that everybody is unanimously saying are fantastic. Start there. They're the two most recent seasons. Everyone's agreeing they're great. Start with season 33. I promise you. You'll be beyond impressed. I was glued to my fucking computer watching The Simpsons an entire fucking season over the course of an entire day. I couldn't stop binging because it was so good. We should watch party the recent seasons? Maybe. Here's the thing, though. There's a reason why I decided to talk about this. I didn't just want to make a whole segment about The Simpsons and, like, gush over how much I enjoyed the new episodes, because, admittedly, quite good. Quite good. I really, really enjoy what I saw. What I really want to talk about is the conservative drama mongering happening right now about The Simpsons. So, something happened, okay? This person tweeted out, "What a crazy fucking week this has been. I tweeted a Simpsons clip that went viral and got the entire internet to talk about Homer strangling Bart, thinking that they're getting rid of it, until the producers and Matt Groening responded with a drawing that said otherwise. Crazy." So essentially, this one Twitter poster tweeted out, "I just found out that, after over 30 years, The Simpsons has finally retired their long-running gag of Homer strangling Bart. Took them long enough, Lamau." And then it's a link, or a little, like, video clip, and this went viral. And so shit tons of, like, media sites just start reporting that that's the case, just based off of nothing but this random person's tweet, because that's the era of media coverage that we exist in right now, with all the, like, Twitter clickbait and whatnot. You, of course, had tons of conservative content creators talking about how they went woke. Disney nerfs The Simpsons again. Homer can't choke Bart anymore. You had, like, less chuddy channels, obviously. I like Villisky Bum or whatever. But, you know, a lot of people just outright fell for it and had commentary about how this is The Simpsons sanitizing itself. And then you have the official Simpsons account respond with a drawing directly from Matt Groening, who works on the show again, by the way. That's part of why the show's been so good recently. The original creator is back working for it. Who just put this out. An image of Homer strangling Bart, saying, "Why you little clickbaiting?" And Bart's holding the phone saying, "Simpsons, no more strangling." It was all fucking bullshit. It was all bullshit from the start. But guess who made an entire fucking video about this? The Simpsons gets woke again, and nobody even noticed. It starts with a really cringy skit, apparently, so... Yeah, literally, the quartering got pwned by the creator of The Simpsons. This is almost as good as when he got called out by, the guy who plays The Mandalorian. When he and Geeks and Gamers and those other dudes got called out by the guy who plays The Mandalorian. It was so fucking great.
Whoa, that's quite a grip.
See, Marge? Strangling the boy has paid off. Just kidding, I don't do that anymore. Times have changed.
They literally lost it. Isn't it crazy how they got offended over a joke? Isn't it crazy how they got... It wasn't even real, and they got offended over a joke. That's fucking crazy. Apparently the quartering is now grifting off of, like, giveaways. Like, console giveaways, it seems, and gift card giveaways. His views have been dropping a lot lately. It makes sense that he'd want to drive up viewership and engagement with a giveaway. That's what they... Like, that's why YouTubers do that, by the way. Like, when a YouTuber does a giveaway, like something like this, it's to drive up engagement, because the way you enter is by commenting, subscribing, and liking. And sometimes you can increase your chances of winning the giveaway by doing it on multiple videos. Listen, guys. Unless it's like a little thing, it's being done to drive up engagement.
It's been a lot of years since The Simpsons was any good.
Somebody hasn't been keeping up.
Maybe, I don't know, 20? The Simpsons absolutely hit its stride for...
The funny thing as well is he's kind of just relying on talking about the show based on what the internet's opinion of it was, like, last time he heard about it, which would have no doubt been, like, a couple years ago. He has not heard about the fact that The Simpsons is good again, and the animation community online is actually quite happy with it. So this video not only looks bad because he's completely wrong and is unironically operating on a false premise just to begin with. Literally, Matt Groening, the guy who created The Simpsons, has called him out. But, like, the people who would be watching it are going to respond to this and think, wait, no, The Simpsons is good again. Does he not know? Wait, does he not know The Simpsons has gotten good again?
Probably seasons 2 or 3 through 10. Many of us probably would argue that it lasted a little bit longer. But, you know, there's a great documentary about zombie Simpsons that I think is really good. However...
The same person who made that documentary is the one who made the documentary about how The Simpsons is good again. That's hilarious.
The other thing that we're seeing is that we have a resurgence. The last couple of seasons of The Simpsons have actually been pretty good. I'm currently rewatching them from the beginning, and, you know, ultimately...
Never mind. He knows.
There is, I think I'm on season 5 now, season 6, and there's a lot... there's a lot between now and season 35 where it is. But there's been several times over the years where The Simpsons have decided to go woke, so to speak. They had the whole thing with Lisa and Marge not that long ago, and, you know, all sorts of stuff like that. But...
Oh, for those that don't know what he's referencing, it's actually one of the fantastic episodes that have... I'm going to outright spoil this episode to give you an idea of how good season 33 is of The Simpsons. There's an episode where it starts out pretty simple. Like, it starts out off with almost a non sequitur thing, but it leads into the main plot of the episode well, I think. Homer wants to take the kids and Marge to his favorite, water park when he was a kid. They arrive, and it's long since been overhauled to be like a really overly safe, kiddie park, right? But part of the park that's overgrown still has one of the old, deadly, horrible slides left. So Lisa, Bart, and Homer sneak away, and they go down the slide. And Homer ends up being okay, but Bart and Lisa end up getting a viral infection or some kind of bacterial infection that makes them really fucking sick. And they have to take a steroid in order to fight the infection, which has a side effect for them of causing some weight gain. Now, Bart gains quite a bit of weight, gets a bit chubby, and when he goes to school and people comment on it, he talks it off as just being bulk, that he started working out and he's gone through puberty and he's getting big. And the bullies, like Nelson and the other bully kids, actually see him as cool and invite him to work out with them and, like, chill with them and everything. And he goes through a whole story arc that was sort of a B-plot. Lisa, on the other hand, she gains some pounds. And as she's walking out, and she doesn't really, like, notice it or care about it much, like, it doesn't really bother her, but as she's walking out the door for the first day of school, which they just make it the first day of school for this episode, I think it fits well, but, you know, The Simpsons has never dealt with time realistically. She starts walking down the stairs and to her mom, Marge, to get her lunch to walk out the door to the school bus. And her mom says, "Ooh, we're gonna have to go out and get you new school clothes. Someone's getting chunky." Simple as that. She doesn't say it in a mean or really degrading sounding way. She says it in like a cutesy way, but it sticks with Lisa. It's visualized as like the word entering her ears and sticking inside of her head. And for the rest of the day, she is constantly mulling that over, and it's destroying her inside. And she like starts getting really upset at Marge, and Marge doesn't understand why Lisa's upset. And there's like multiple instances where Marge tries to compliment Lisa by buying her like a new outfit. And she's like, look how pretty you'll look in this. And Lisa just goes and cries, right? And at the end of the episode, through means, Lisa and Marge are able to enter Lisa's head and see the effect that Marge's words had on her. And, you know, Marge is able to see what a negative effect it had and swears to make things better. And they do. You know, she apologized, and they have a very, very sentimental heart-to-heart. It's such a good episode. And then they go into Marge's head, and they see a memory from when Marge was Lisa's age, back when she was just a carefree little kid, and she didn't care about her appearance or what people thought of her looking pretty or meeting societal beauty standards, when her mom commented I forget what it was, but it was meant to be nice. Like, oh, you should wear this, it'll accentuate that or something. And from that moment, it changed Marge and made her upset, just like it made Lisa, but she'd totally forgotten about it. And they leave each other's minds, fully understanding each other, like Marge now remembering that she'd gone through the same thing and had just normalized it and didn't realize that she was hurting her daughter the same way she'd been hurt as a kid by these like standards being imposed in even subconscious ways, and not realizing how much her own words could hurt her daughter. And Lisa was able to understand Marge's position a little bit. She wasn't trying to hurt Lisa. She was just trying to understand her, and they were able to come to that understanding. It was just such a heartfelt episode. No out of nowhere like crude jokes to ruin the moment. No like hyper disaffected, cynical like breaking of the moment things. Just the new seasons have just been extremely sentimental and honestly serious. The amount of jokes, like the amount of jokes in each episode has also dropped significantly, but the jokes that are in the episodes tend to land a lot harder, which is obviously a really good thing. So yeah, that's just like one example of a good episode, but the right called that woke and freaked out about it, which isn't surprising. Any episode that has to do with like body positivity and anything that has to do with body positivity for women. Body positivity for men is fine, but if it's body positivity for women, it is not allowed. And you'll get tons of dudes being like, oh, you're allowed to be fat, and yet I'm not, I can't get a girlfriend because I'm too short, meh. Like that kind of shit. You guys know what I'm talking about. Like the people who are like, oh, you have standards for men's height, and yet women can be overweight, and it's sexist to hate that. Like, it's just the most like bizarre attempts at calling out women for being hypocritical for not dating them I've ever seen. But regardless, let's continue.
Now, we've got Homer will no longer choke Bart, as apparently times have changed in the most recent episode. Now, there was this clip.
Whoa, that's quite a grip. See, Marge? Strangling the boy has paid off. Just kidding, I don't do that anymore. Times have changed.
Times have changed. I'm not sure they have. I mean, I don't think that any parent...
I'm not sure they have.
...has like said, hey, Homer Simpson did that. You know, Homer Simpson did that.
I literally not understanding that it's a joke. Literally incapable of understanding humor when it offends them. Literally offended by a joke.
So I can do that. So I'm going to do the same thing that Homer Simpson did. Removing this is kind of an iconic thing that happened on The Simpsons. Of course, left-wing media absolutely celebrated it. Homer Simpson has stopped strangling Bart in The Simpsons, and it's about time. Look at this guy in his low T.
Even these articles are wrong.
He's like
Look at this guy in his low T. Dude. Dude. Are you serious? All right. You asked for it. You can't be saying shit like that. So this is what the Quartering said while reviewing a interview he did with Gina Carano, the canceled ex-Disney Mandalorian actress.
Gina and I could do an excellent on-screen romance where, like, I'm the best friend. I'm like her best friend, but I pine after her. And then she just keeps banging all these other dudes. And then I'm, like, all sad. And then she, like, realizes that I was me all along. And that she comes to, you know, and then she comes to realize it. And then we live happily ever after. Like, I think we could do that. I mean, that's what I think. I just mean, like, I think it's there. She could just keep hooking up with fit dudes, MMA dudes, and then, like, they don't make her laugh, you know? They don't get her.
Yeah, he's really drunk here.
Me. I'm just like, oh, hey, Gina. Oh, you look tired. Did you bang another dude tonight? Oh, sweet. And then, like, my heart's breaking, you know?
How's his wife not left him yet? Oh, his wife is honestly most likely... His wife is almost certainly cheating on him, for those that don't know. In the video where he pisses in his basement, the Quartering pisses in his basement. In the video where he pisses in his basement, he talks about his wife being out to get pizza without him, and he's mad about it. This is required viewing for any time we cover the Quartering.
You never know. You never know. Maybe I'm going to pee in my trash can down here. I don't know. My wife went out for pizza without me, and I'm angry about it. So I'm going to win this round, and I'm going to pee. If I don't win this round, I'm going to pee in my own basement.
Let's skip to when he goes and dies.
How angry my bladder is.
He keeps holding it.
It's going to explode. My bladder's going to blow.
I want it, Nevi. 4256. I need to save it. It's one of the OG Classic WoW vanilla servers that was auctioned off.
No!
You can listen really carefully. Or actually, I'm going to volume boost it so you can hear. I'm going to volume boost it so you guys can hear. You can hear the tinkle sound. Yeah, you can actually hear the tinkle. Like the sound that it makes when it hits, like, a solid surface. He pissed into his basement drain, apparently.
I've literally never lost that round.
So yeah, he's probably out, like, he's probably getting cucked, like, right there in that clip. He's, like, drunk as shit, his wife's out getting pizza without him, and he's mad about it. Like, and he's pissing in his basement. Yeah, his wife's definitely gonna leave him pretty soon. He's got a lot of money, so that's probably a big benefit. She probably wants to, like, divorce at a point where she... I think you have to be divorced for, like, 10... Or you have to be married for, like, 10 years in most states to then get divorced and be able to take half of your husband's shit. So it's possible they've only been, like, married for 8 or so years, and she's trying to get as many years in there as possible to guarantee she gets a large cut of everything he owns. That'd be so fucking awesome if he just got destroyed in fucking divorce court.
My low-T brother-in-law. Nothing lasts forever. In time, the continents will crash into each other. Once more, the sun will swallow the planet, and at some point, long after that, the Simpsons will end. But that isn't to say that it's incapable of moving forward with the times. Before, in yet another nod to shifting taste...
Okay, is he just going to read the article that's based on a false premise?
...of growing criticism. The Simpsons was Drake, Lou, and Dr. a white person. I don't know if it was Final Fantasy voice actor, an Asian guy who came out was like complaining that he only gets cast for Asian characters. It's like, well, you can't have it both ways. Right? Everyone told us that it was bigoted and racist and homophobic or whatever these cases were to have these, you know, having a poo voiced by a white man. Well, that's what you get. You get what you whine for.
Know your place, minorities. Reminder, by the way, this all culminated in the most hilarious response ever. Like, the fact that this all culminated in the official account for The Simpsons tweeting out this image of Homer strangling Bart, saying, "Why you little clickbaiting?" with the phone, saying, "Simpsons no more strangling," saying Homer Simpson was unavailable for comment as he was busy strangling Bart as the caption. Notice, by the way, how this tweet got far less attention than the ones claiming that Simpsons was no longer doing the strangling thing anymore. The sad thing is, despite the increasing quality of the show and the fact that I do genuinely believe it deserves to see a rise in ratings as a reward for the increasing quality, I want to see it continue to move in the direction it has been. And despite the fact that the official Twitter account has come out to debunk this, many people are now going to believe that The Simpsons has gone woke, and it's gotten even worse now. They make it so Homer doesn't strangle Bart because they've kneeled to the woke mob. And no one's going to actually see this tweet and see this image. No one's actually, like, a lot of people, not no one, but a lot of people aren't going to know that they were lied to by these future divorcee grifting weirdos who make a lot of money off of trying to spread hate about popular pieces of media. If they can start a hate bandwagon about something, that is what they will do. Whether it's woke or not, they will find a reason to call it woke. Like, is it woke now to not abuse your children? Is that what wokeness is now? Not abusing your kids? I mean, they're the ones saying wokeness is bad, I guess. That's the self-report. Alrighty, how do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Great segment, very good. I'm glad you guys liked it. Okay. Nice try, YouTube. Muted you before you could spoil what I was covering. Haha. Nice try with your auto-playing videos faster than I can respond. Haha. I'm gonna get this one too.
It sure is
Nope.
interesting how once-
Ah, fuck, TikTok got me with that pop-up. Fuck. They get you with that login pop-up before you can hit the mute button and it auto-plays. Man, I hate modern-day internet design. I genuinely think, I almost said something that would get me banned. I almost called for something to happen to web designers that would have gotten me very banned. Whew. Oh boy. Alright, Aurora. They're cool. No Fed posting, indeed. Really quick, Cobalt Swiftpaw, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $10, presumably. Correct me if I'm wrong. Said, damn, there's a lot of names I don't recognize. Had to come back after Zan was talking about seeing old users in chat. Hello, gay people on my computer. Hi! Welcome. It's good to have you back, Cobalt Swiftpaw. Thank you for the support. I hope you're enjoying your stay here. And I hope you're enjoying the new lighting. I feel like the new lighting is peak as fuck. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about a content creator that piqued my interest a couple months ago when I stumbled across her channel, and I found myself really enjoying her content, but feeling something bothersome at the back of my skull, just kind of scratching. You know, something that told me to keep an eye out for sus shit. This YouTuber is actually more of a TikToker. She's bigger on TikTok and Instagram, but she has a substantial 250,000 subscriber YouTube presence. She goes by The Dadvocate. Her real name is Lauren. I don't know her last name. I'm not a weirdo. And she makes content, at least from my understanding, she started off primarily making content centered around being anti-partner shaming. You see, she mostly operates on TikTok. And on TikTok, I think we can all agree, there are some pretty god-awful trends that have become popular with the largely female demographic on the platform. Don't get me wrong, the cringe incel, like black and white, weightlifting, she left me, but now she's gonna regret it when I'm 250 pounds of muscle, like TikToks, those are cringe and all, but they don't really get much traction. They're not very popular. They're kind of a meme even on TikTok. I'm talking about the girls that are, like, posting videos of themselves shit-talking their husbands or boyfriends for, like, mundane stuff to the entire internet. The posts go viral, and then, like, a bunch of people start, like, commenting on the boyfriend and, like, a really... It's a really bad trend of partner shaming. It's become quite popular on TikTok, right? And so she started off debunking stuff like that. And then, of course, there's also the trend of misandrist women on TikTok sort of coming together to talk about how much they hate men. And if you guys aren't familiar with, like, how awful it can get, I'm talking, like, women making posts about how, with an insane amount of positive response, about how, like, it'll be like a post with 250,000 likes with a girl talking about how she gave an ugly guy a chance, and this is why you shouldn't ever give ugly guys chances. And she goes on to tell a story about how he was 5 minutes late to a date, and she follows the rule of no matter what, you are never, ever late for a date. And so she ditched him and then, like, posted his info online in that, like, post, which she ended up getting harassed for. And then she defended it and got, like, called a queen for it. Like, that kind of shit. TikTok politics is an actual war zone, a scorched earth war zone? Yes. Some of the worst people ever, with the worst positions ever, be posting on there, okay? And I think it's no secret that right now, you know, if you look at the data and everything, men, Gen Z men, are in a weird place right now. Notably very socially isolated, and with very few friends. And the thing that has gotten the most headlines, though I honestly think is the least important of the issue, but is still, you know, relatively important, is there's been an extreme rise in the rate of virginity for men from like 18 to 25, 30 years old. Just a massive rise in the virginity rate for Gen Z, like my generation. And then even if you aren't even accounting for virginity and you're accounting for being in relationships or having been in any form of long-term serious relationship, the numbers are astoundingly low for both, for like men, women, non-binary people. Like, actually, no, I think the only demographic that's not really seeing as much turmoil in relationships are actually the gays. The gays are pretty much fine. But we're talking about the straights here mostly. Not saying the gays don't have problems when it comes to dating, but the straights are the ones who are becoming incels and shooting up schools. Let's be real here. That aside, the fact that guys in Gen Z are in this position, I can attribute to a couple of things. I think a lot of it is fed by propaganda. I think that a lot of Gen Z dudes have sort of, as a default cultural position, fallen under the belief that, like, women are a sort of threat to them. Whether it be in the form of, like, feminism being this, like, intimidating, scary thing, or women being more of, like, a sexual threat, if that makes sense. I think a lot of guys are sort of, by default, under the impression that women are a sort of threat to them, in a way. Not a physical threat, but a threat against their egos, a threat against their masculinity. And most of these things are completely imagined and made up, but they are convinced of this. I'm talking about, like, teenage boys, right? I'm not even talking about people who are, you know, super, like, propagandized to or anything like that. I'm not even getting that deep. It's not an uncommon thought process among a lot of young guys. And then on top of that, you've got a lot of culture online right now, particularly on TikTok, being centered around women shit-talking men. And I know it seems like, if you're a guy, like, oh, well, if you're a guy and you see, like, a horrible lady on TikTok talking about how if she had a boyfriend, she'd smash his PS5, why do you care? You're not dating her. Hell, you would never want to date her, right? But when you see that kind of stuff, well, I'd say I'm more immune to the propaganda than most, but when most guys see that kind of stuff, it really has a tendency to paint a negative association with women in your mind. I'll give an example of a friend I spoke to recently, and while I don't fully agree with what he said, I see where he's coming from, and I can agree with it in a sense. I asked him why he thought there was such a rapid rising in the rate of loneliness and virginity in Gen Z men in our age demographic. And he told me, honestly, dude, I just think most women are predators. I've heard a response not too dissimilar from many other people in this age demographic. And to be honest with you guys, can you blame a lot of Gen Z dudes? I know better than to allow my experiences with a few people end up painting my perspective of an entire group, but think about it like this. When a woman gets raped by a man and is afraid of men, while we recognize that's probably not healthy and maybe shouldn't be encouraged, we can empathize with it, right? If a woman's been assaulted or raped by a man, we can understand why there would be some sort of lingering emotion and distrust and fear around men. Just all men. It doesn't matter. It could be father, boyfriend, anything. It's just, there's trauma there, right? I'm just going to use myself as an example, okay? Think about the 2 relationships I've been in my entire adult life. One of them wasn't even really a relationship. It was the whole, like, sex cult thing. And the other thing was my only ever actual real relationship I've had in my life, which was with Lonnie, who was an abuser. Who financially abused, stole, lied. Like, I could go on. Like, lied to me about her age. She was, like, 10 years older than me and lied and said she was only, like, 7 years older than me, which would never have been a problem with me in the first place, like the age gap, but she lied to me about it for some reason. She was actually, like, I think 31 when I broke up with her. I was under the impression she was, like, 28 or 29. I don't know why she'd lie about it. Like, literally no reason she'd lie about it, but it's really weird she did for years of us being together. I found out about it from her arrest report when she got arrested. But yeah, I think you guys can kind of understand where I'm coming from here, right? Like I know better than to allow that to paint my view of women, but, like, do you really think that that type of experience is that rare? Think about how many shitty fucking guys there are that abuse their girlfriends, manipulate, extort, pressure, put down, control. Think about how common that is. Do you really think that's a male-exclusive thing? Do you think that's a thing that men are doing that much more than women are? Or do you think maybe women do it at a relatively similar rate because we're all humans? Only women are socialized to do abuse differently. And we're socialized to look at men who have been abused by women differently. I think a lot of guys, in Gen Z have been in pretty bad relationships with women. And right now, they're the only voices they have to listen to in their rebound period. Because let's be honest, when you're going through a breakup or a bad experience with a relationship, you're looking for something to sort of... A lot of people look for, like, advice or content online to help them get through it. And right now, it's Redpill incel shit. That is the primary, like, thing that those people are going to be funneled into, especially divorced men. Divorced men are very vulnerable to this type of like, radicalization. They are the prime target demographic besides young, angsty teenage boys that are going through puberty. Which is why, when I discovered Lauren, aka the Dadvocate, I was actually pretty excited, because nothing on its face came off as all that bad. Here, in fact, here's an example of a video from her. It's called Womansplaining Men to Women Compilation 55 through 59. This is a compilation of TikTok she uploads and puts on her channel. I think this series is pretty funny. The idea behind it is that she's speaking to her female audience, presumably, and explaining to them certain male behaviors. So let's watch it.
Him shoveling dirt off the road.
What are you doing?
Cooking a blizzard.
I cooked you crab mac and cheese with peas with garlic bread.
Oh.
This is an absolute dick move from the husband here. What a dick move here. She defends him, by the way, but this is actually one of the videos that I think is better to pick apart. This is one of the videos that stood out to me as a little sussy.
Spent like 2 hours cooking. What are you...
It's a little bougie.
You'll see, chat.
Just want me glizzy.
Just want that
That's disgusting.
Glizzy's done.
This right here is exactly what people mean when they say that women hate how little it takes to make men happy. What's so hilarious is that it is so easy to please this man that she could have the easiest life in the world just slinging glizzies. But instead, she's going to be eternally frustrated by the fact that this man will never give a single solitary shit about how pleated the quilts are. This is the type of man who...
So, when I watched this video for the first time, most of her videos don't have anything that stands out to me like this, but this video is what made me start to feel sus about her. This guy is an asshole. I'm sorry, but that wife didn't just make dinner for her husband and herself. Like, they have kids. You can hear the kids in the background. Do you think the kids just want to eat an exploded microwave hot dog for dinner? She made a big, like, macaroni casserole thing with the crispy top, made a whole ass fucking dinner, and he, in front of her, makes some half-ass thrown together snack. For no other, like, the only reason you would do that in front of her is to make her feel bad, and like her work was for nothing. And what really stood out to me is that her response is to not only defend the guy for that, and no plate on the microwave, by the way, it's, like, comical. And, like, he's a complete slob. She's gonna have to clean up that microwave tray, by the way. Guarantee the wife cleans up the microwave. And not only that, by the way, but she's defending the guy and talking about how easy women hate how little men need. She could just sit back and relax, and she'd have such an easy life. All of her troubles are self-imposed. You can hear the kids in the background. She made dinner for the family, and his response, instead of eating the dinner she made for herself, the kids, and him, is to microwave an exploded hot dog with no plate and like, eat it in front. That is the most... I hope it's fake. It's probably fake, but even if it's not, the fact that she, like, defends him, it stood out to me as really sus. I was binge watching her content and honestly really enjoying it for a while, but there was just stuff like this that felt off to me, you know? It felt weird. It felt weird. Yeah, it looks fake. It looks like it could be a skit, for sure. It does look like it could be a skit, but we're more focused on Dadvocate's response to it. She thinks it's real. Now, this is less of, like, a thing that I have to complain about, to be honest. Like, I really don't take much of an issue with her here. And to be clear, she very openly claims not to be a red pillar. I have heard her shit talk Andrew Tate. I have heard her shit talk Just Pearly things. I have heard her shit talk the red pill. She claims she is not a red pill person. And fair enough. But people can lie about their political positions. So I still kept an eye out because, let's be honest, there is a massive market for pick-me women to make content dedicated to appeasing the held opinions and preconceived notions of bitter men. Those men love hearing those opinions regurgitated by a woman, validated by a woman. They love it. They love it so much. It's one of their favorite things. Now, here's the thing, though. Nothing else really stood out to me until a couple days ago. I'm grinding gold while running circles around Elwyn Forest on WoW Classic Hardcore because I don't want to die, so I'm just making sure to stay in Elwyn. And this video comes up in my recommended, and you better believe it caught my eye. From the Dadvocate, Destiny gets schooled by the Dadvocate, Abba Atlas, and the lead attorney. Apparently, Destiny and her had drama about 5 months ago, and I never saw this shit go down. Now, we're not going to watch her whole video she made, but we'll watch a small portion of it, so you can get an idea of what she's talking about and responding to, and we'll get a look at the disagreement that went down.
I know YouTube is a little bit more liberal than TikTok when it comes to like what words you're allowed to say. And because I said the R word, there's so many R words. That's what's so annoying about me referencing it. But my live got shut down so fast for saying the word that Destiny called me like 7 times on his stream. And like, I'm pretty sure Destiny didn't lose no monetization or anything. You know, it's just not great practice to go throwing that word around regardless. More like regardless. What are we doing here today, people? Who is Destiny? What are we reacting to? Why is he calling me names? So Destiny, this guy with the blue hair here, you may have heard of him before. He is a pretty popular YouTuber, actually 672,000 subscribers. So Destiny is a pretty big content creator and streamer. From what I understand, he is formerly libertarian, now just considers himself left. He has very different views than me when it comes to father's rights, family court, which has led to him reacting to one of my videos.
Now, I'm going to throw this out here now. Something that this woman has a tendency to do is frame her videos as though she's making them for women. Like, her audience is majority women. Like, it's women-splaining men to women is, like, her biggest ongoing series. She really makes it seem like she's talking to an audience of women. And, like, she's supposed to have an audience of women. But when you look at the comments, it is nothing but divorced middle-aged men. It is nothing but divorced middle-aged men. Not only that, but the companies that sponsor her know that women don't watch her content. Because she's sponsored by nothing but men's care products that have her in the script they write her for selling the product to her audience, make misogynistic, like, half jokes about how women spend so much money on their products, but we guys, guys are just need the good stuff. They just spend a few dollars and we're all good, get this stuff. Like, it's very clear that even the advertisers that reach out to her for sponsorships know that it's just dudes watching her, which is why it also feels a little disingenuous and felt iffy to me that she continued to frame it as though she had this audience of women she was speaking to, when it's 99% dudes, and she knows it. Not really the biggest nitpick, but it becomes relevant later. Let's continue watching.
Video that Destiny is responding to of mine, debunking the dads get custody when they ask for it. This is like a big talking point for Destiny, and he regularly uses the argument of, well, if men just asked for custody, then they would get it. And so, of course, he was tagged in this by someone.
Nobody said they simply ask. Why would you take such a bad faith?
Okay, I will say, in response to this video, a lot of people were saying that it was, I was making...
So for a little background, Lauren, or the Dadvocate, was responding to a TikTok by someone named X-Patriarch, who's like a TikTok male feminist lefty creator. She was responding to him, and he was responding to her statements on father's rights in family courts, Destiny was responding to her response to his response to her. And he was, like, very mean and everything because, you know, it's Destiny. And now she's responding to him. It is a back-and-forth cycle of responses here, to be clear. There is a lot getting cut out. Just so much getting cut out. So, I watched this video. And when I finished it, I watched Destiny's video as well, because she cuts out a fair amount of Destiny's video, she cuts out a fair amount of her own original video, and she certainly barely shows any of the ex-Patriarch video that she was responding to. In fact, her original response is pretty heavily cut. And I thought, you know what? Her arguments don't feel very strong here. Her arguments feel very weak. I'm going to go ahead and look at the original video and from ex-Patriarch that she was responding to in the first place and just watch it on its own. It was a response to her, and oh my god, is it the most thorough, concise, and destructive response I've ever seen. I must say, like, this was the sus that I was keeping an eye out for. There's a reason why she was cutting up this video in the way that she was, I feel, because this guy made some pretty solid arguments, and she left a lot of them out of her response in the editing. Let's watch his response to her.
It sure is interesting how one small group of people can take one small survey done in one small county, manipulate the ever-living shit out of those numbers, and then propagate one of the biggest lies about fathers and family court I have ever heard.
The advocate here is responding to one of my videos on child custody on her YouTube channel, taking issue with the idea that men who seek custody typically get it, and in particular with the Massachusetts study on gender bias, which said that 70% of those men who seek custody obtain custody. Now, Lauren's was the first account I ever blocked on TikTok, long before I ever started making videos on these topics. But I take her concerns about misinformation and—
This is the bit that really stood out to me. I started reading the comments as listening to the video at this point, and it was just waves of women commenting about how they, like, found her content, thought she was being reasonable at first, but very quickly started to get pick-me vibes. Or girls talking about how they'd found their boyfriends watching it and had to explain that she's just some, like, pick-me and internalized misogyny creator that's just grifting off of their desire to be validated. So much of her content, once I realized what her game is just meant to make guys feel great about being guys, but in the most disingenuous way possible. It's not this uplifting self-help thing. It's not this I'm a voice for men in a time where men are feeling really ostracized and unsocialized and booted out by society. It's taking advantage of that fact and trying to sort of create a tribalism that men have started to build online and in their communities. I assume you've seen this sort of culture building, this like almost battle of the sexes, you could almost call it within Gen Z. The whole like dudes rock and women are just going to clubs and partying and on their phones and having sex with guys and trying to like get clothes while dudes are out there having fun and making cool shit. Dudes are awesome. Dudes are cool. Dudes are like, oh yeah, dudes just get along. Boys rule. Like literally boys rule, girls drool shit, but for 22-year-old adults on the internet, right? But it's like this idea that like dudes are these like hyper simple, nice, understandable, reasonable creatures that women just can't understand how simple and non-complex men are. Women just think of things too complexly and they're too neurotic to deal with how men are just so simple. Like one example she gave, and to be fair, this one's kind of real, is but she exaggerates it, is the thing that guys, I don't even think this is a guy thing. This is just a thing that people do, is just kind of phasing out. You ever just be sitting there and all of a sudden you're just like, you just have to like snap out of it? That ever happened to you before? She tried to claim this is a dude thing. And that like, it's just a dude thing. He's in Nirvana right now. Don't interrupt him. This is a dude thing. He's currently experiencing pure ecstasy. He has gone into a non-voluntary state of meditation. Aren't dudes awesome? That's called ADHD, yeah, honestly. Like, it's really weird. It's this weird, like, worshipping of, like, the bromance, this, like, mysticized simplicity and coolness of dudes, you know? It's hard to put into words, but it's something that she kind of just tries to feed into to make the guys who watch her content feel validated, you know? Hard to explain. Anyway, let's continue to watch the video.
And accurately reporting the facts as genuine, and so I'll unblock her and tag her in this, which will be my most comprehensive video on father bias in family courts that I've ever done. And let's start out by correcting this.
You have zero stake in this game as a 40-year-old childless man, and yet here you are trying to be the hero of it by spreading lies about other men.
Now, a quick scroll through my content shows that I'm not
The man
childless.
defender.
I share 50-50 custody of our son, a teenager who is on the spectrum. Now, as for my stake in this, Lauren herself admits that men are actively discouraged from seeking custody, and so I think it's on all of us to accurately report what kind of biases do exist in family court, as well as encouraging men to be involved fathers, not just at the time of separation, but when the child is born, and also afterwards when they get custody, in order to overturn the absolutely horrific rates of father abandonment. Now, Lauren has only a single source to dispute the Massachusetts gender bias study, which she presents as a paper written by Mark Rosenthal, except that it's...
Now, the funny thing about this, guys, is in her response to this video, she cuts out this segment. And when responding to him about him saying that she has no real data to back up her claim, she then responds to this video with this same image. She cuts out this section where he debunks this image and then responds to his video with the same image he debunks. The same editorial that he debunks, she responds to an edited version of this video with as her evidence. Let me rewind it a bit.
To dispute the Massachusetts gender bias study, which she presents as a...
This was the benefit of watching these videos, like, in backwards order, starting with the last of the response videos, then working my way to the original. I was able to realize, in a way that I don't think most watching in sequential order would have been able to, that, wait a second, that link she used as her source in her response to this guy is the one he's debunking here. This wasn't even included in her response to him. She cut this out.
A paper written by Mark Rosenthal. Except that it's not a paper, it's an article that Rosenthal wrote on his own website. Rosenthal is also not a researcher, but a software engineer like myself, and he was a speaker at the International Conference on Men's Issues in 2019. And that conference is run by A Voice for Men, an anti-feminist group the Southern Poverty Law Center has declared a hate group, largely because they advocate for violence against women, and their founder, Paul Elam, has openly defended grape culture. So I think we need to be careful about...
It's TikTok, so the grape means rape. Yeah, so basically, it was an editorial made by a guy who works for a hate group, and like a Redpill hate group, that wrote an editorial trying to extrapolate an opinion-based, like, conclusion from a study that did not have that conclusion, and that's what she uses as her evidence twice.
How we represent this. It is not an independently peer-reviewed study.
By the way, this is why Destiny called her retarded.
Study or paper, but a blog article written by an MRA misogynist with ties to a hate group. Now, Rosenthal obtains the data that the Massachusetts study is based on, and it's important to point out here that that data set does not dispute anything that is in the Massachusetts study. When we look at fathers who ask for custody, they get sole or joint legal custody in 84% of cases. But Rosenthal is not happy with these numbers, so he fudges the math. He drops joint custody entirely from consideration and focuses only on sole custody, saying that when fathers seek custody, they get sole custody 45% of the time. But when mothers seek custody, they get sole custody 74% of the time. Which he then uses as the headline for his article, that mothers' requests for sole custody are granted 65% more than fathers' requests, or about 1 2/3. But as I've covered before, men self-report that their wives are 4 times more likely to be the primary caretaker of their children than they are. When we look at stay-at-home parents, again, mothers are 4 times more likely to be the stay-at-home primary caretaker of their children than fathers. And when we look at census data and custodial parents, again, mothers are 4 times more likely to be the custodial parent than fathers. But family courts are a...
Another thing that she argues against is the idea that by default legal guardianship of a child should go to the mother. Now, at first glance, this sounds like a very reasonable position. Like, yeah, why should we see mothers as like the only fit parent by default? Why should we? The reason for this is, realistically, the mother is the only one that you can guarantee will be there for the child's birth. The mother has to carry the baby for 9 months, usually, and has to be there for its birth. Has to be there for the signing of the birth certificate and all that shit, right? Presuming it's in a hospital, right? The mother's going to be there. The mother is going to be present and is going to walk out of the hospital, generally, with the baby. That is why we, by default, allocate guardianship to the mother. If the father is there, and the father is present, and the mother is okay with it, then the father can be put on the birth certificate and can gain legal guardianship of the child, and there's no court issues, there's no problems. We're talking about situations here where there was a problem so severe that the custody disagreement went to court. Now, the funny thing is, another statistic that is pretty commonly tossed around that Lauren neglects is the fact that I think it's almost 60% of men who get awarded physical custody of their children, after battling for it in court, don't even use it. Hell, that's not even accounting for the amount of fathers ordered to pay child support that never do. The reason why men want to hear a woman talk about why family courts are so fucked is because they don't want to pay child support, and they don't like the idea of women being able to have no-fault divorce and potentially even be able to take half their shit if they've been married long enough that the woman has been provided for and wealth has been built between the two. Because that is when you have legal precedent to argue for a 50-50 split of finances between the couple. So yeah, it's just dudes who don't want to pay child support, and they don't want to feel as though women can have any recourse against them in the justice system when it comes to divorce and child custody. And this puts aside all the fact that tons of abusive fathers have won their children in court, the guardianship. Like, the comments are filled with people telling their stories of that in the comments of this video we're watching.
Assigning sole custody to mothers, not at 4 times, but not even at twice the rate of fathers, shows an incredible bias towards fathers. To put this another way, men who contest custody are twice as likely to walk out of court being the primary caretaker than they were walking in. Which then brings me to Lauren's next point.
Where the study still definitively concludes that mothers get sole physical custody 65% more often than dads, only to cherry pick the facts so that only your narrative is supported, then push this as some irrefutable nationwide fact.
Now, Lauren misspeaks here and means legal custody, not physical custody. But on her other point about cherry-picking a single data source, ignoring all else just to reaffirm your own narrative, it's important to remember that Rosenthal's article here doesn't dispute any of the claims that Massachusetts study makes. Not only that, but it only deals with one study. The Massachusetts report actually cites 5 studies in order to make its case. A study of law professionals that show that fathers get sole or joint physical custody 94% of the time. The Middlesex study that Rosenthal uses that shows that men get some form of legal custody 84% of the time. A second study from Middlesex County that shows that men get some form of legal custody 79% of the time.
The mother has to reach a very high standard in the vast majority of cases to prove the father is unfit to have any form of custody or visitation or guardianship of the child. It is a high standard that has to be met in the vast majority of cases. Some judges can maybe go off of their own instinct, and there can be some unusual cases, but for the most part, it's a pretty high standard of evidence that has to be met. Because the idea of just breaking a family apart legally, putting a legal mandate on how often you may have to see, say, an abusive partner, or maybe not ever have to see them, it's pretty serious. A lot of context and evidence has to be considered.
A study from LA County in California that shows that men get sole custody 63% of the time, as well as a nationwide study that shows that men get some form of custody in 51% of cases. Now, Lauren also says that the reason why Massachusetts does show a bias towards fathers is because of unique laws that it has in setting up default temporary custody orders for joint custody, and that no other state has these laws, which is why this trend isn't replicated in other states. But that's not correct. The Massachusetts study itself points to data from California and nationwide, which also shows this trend. But Massachusetts was not the only state to conduct a gender bias study, like Florida, for example. And what they found was not only a disturbing trend of fathers to contest custody, not for custody of the kids, but in order to gain an advantageous property settlement, but that when men did contest for custody, they were largely successful.
A lot of fathers contest for custody because it lets them get off a little easier, maybe even entirely, when it comes to child support payments. Burnout, absentee fathers fear child support payments more than anything in the world. So anything to try to keep a judge from ordering that, they'll do.
Successful. Next up, Maryland, where 85% of judges said that fathers get a fair and serious hearing, where they said that anti-father bias is more a reflection of social bias discouraging men from seeking custody than any evidence of a judicial bias, and that when men did overcome this and seek custody, they got a fair and serious hearing. Not only that, but courts were actively biased towards involved fathers and gave them greater deference. Meanwhile, mothers were unfairly punished if they wanted to work or if they had a new partner, and that all these factors gave men a greater advantage and bias in family custody cases. Now on to New York, which found the same biases as Maryland, where involved fathers were given greater deference, meanwhile mothers were punished for wanting to work or having new relationships. Which is why the Civic Research Institute, when they surveyed all of the literature on child custody, pointed out that overall, over 40 states and numerous district courts had commissioned studies into gender bias, and that these had found unanimously a pervasive bias against mothers. In fact, so pervasive was this bias that when Florida's task force was commissioned to start their study, they skipped the question of if gender bias exists, saying that this has already been well established. And when taken overall, these studies show that gender bias does sometimes affect men, but it is overwhelmingly and disproportionately disadvantaging women. And we can see this lack of bias against men in more recent studies, such as this 2007 study into the 21st District Court in South Carolina. And what they found was that fathers who contested for custody got either sole or joint physical custody almost 60% of the time. Across total cases, that was 31% for fathers, so it almost doubled. But even that 31% is in line with the data from other studies, such as this custody exchange survey of hundreds of law professionals across every state in the country, which showed that on average fathers get about 35% of custody time. Now, why is that 35% and not 50? Well, I covered that extensively in that video, but in summary, it's because men don't do 50% of the childcare before the custody hearing. And all of this is before we even talk about the numerous studies that show an even greater bias towards fathers when they are accused of violence or when they accuse the mothers of alienation, and there are scores of those studies. Now, Lauren's absolutely correct when she implies that using a single data point from a single study to form a narrative would be reckless. But the reason why we say that fathers who actively seek custody are often likely to get it is because there are multiple studies from multiple states across multiple decades that show this to be true. And yet here you are, Lauren, admitting that you are struggling to find any studies that show a pervasive bias against fathers and towards mothers.
There is none. The fact is, the whole family court thing, being like super biased against men or whatever, is a complete myth. Even I fell for it for many years. As a lefty, I fell for it. It's a complete myth. It is part of the fantasy pushed by MRAs and red pillars and conservatives to convince us that we've somehow had some miraculous pendulum switch in terms of the state of our society. Actually, it's the women who are more advantaged than men now. Black people have it better than white people. They're the privileged ones now. Immigrants are the more wealthy ones, taking everyone's jobs and housing from the native white people. I've heard that before, by the way. I'm not even joking. That's like word for word from a conservative figure. It's just the most fucking batshit stuff that they'll say. It's a fantasy world to try to convince people that things have switched and now the most privileged groups in society are actually the most disprivileged groups. It's really pathetic. And you know what's sad? I fell for it. I'm like, you guys know me, right? Like, you guys know me. You guys know me, right? Like, Granted, I was suspicious, and I figured out what was going on, and here I am, calling it out, but I fell for it, to be fair. I was watching a lot of her content. You can see there's a fair amount of, like, of watch there, because I was listening to her content on like, autoplay while grinding WoW. And, her content is very, very appealing to the average Gen Z or even middle-aged, like, divorcee dude. And a lot of it is just meant to be this, like... so much of it is, like, hard to actually disagree with. There's a reason why I've specified these clips here, because most of her content is not this bad. Her content really isn't this bad most of the time. The problem is things like that show me where her heart is and all that. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to have her on stream for a discussion. Like, I wouldn't be, like, mean or rude or anything like that. I'm not Destiny. I'm not gonna, like, call her mean names or anything. And I'd prefer to be able to, like, come to a conclusion that is her not being, like, a red pillar pick me or whatever. But, like... Come on. There's definitely a lot of things here in her content that stand out as blaringly red flags in regards to this sort of era of content where women just kind of upload soft red pill stuff meant to kind of please men that are looking for validation of their preconceived notions and opinions and habits from a woman. Like, let me see if I can find a good example of the content that really blows up from her that I don't really disagree with, right? That I think is going to have the best chance of getting people to believe that she's just a voice trying to be positive for men and women. Let's see. Okay, here's a good example. Have you heard about the term ick? So, like, when you're a guy, I want you... Okay, if you're a girl or a non-binary person, I want you to imagine you're a guy right now, okay? And you're just doing your own thing, and you're scrolling through TikTok, and you see one of these viral TikToks pop up about ick. Ick is things that guys do that turn girls off and make girls grossed out by them. Like, go from being attracted to them to instantly finding them revolting.
Visitation toward fit, active
Oh,
parents.
thank you, YouTube. Love that. Thanks for fast forwarding. All right, here's the TikToks about the ick.
New ick unleashed.
Healthy masculinity.
You know, it was only 4 years ago that only 5% of fathers reported ever changing a diaper, and you're mad that the father of your child is, hold on, let me check my notes, spending time with his daughter. Oh, but we're the ones who must not be fun at parties. But that's not the only way not being a deadbeat has charted the top of the ick list. Let's check out the others. And also can't do a cartwheel with their daughter.
So, these are, for those that don't know, these are wives posting these and talking about how they've been icked by their husbands. Like, this is a wife recording her husband and her daughter playing in the yard, and he does a cartwheel with his daughter, and she captioned it, "New ick unlocked." Because she finds it, like, unattractive of her husband to do that. Aren't they joking? No. Guys, it's TikTok. It is the highest concentration of the worst people, okay? And that is very important for what we talk about here. It doesn't matter whether or not it's a skit, by the way, because most people who see it think it's real. When you're a guy and you see this, at least in my case, does it not make you just kind of want to, like, check out of dating, like, women and getting into the dating world at all? The idea that, like, there's this thing called an ick, and that the girl that you like or start dating could just suddenly become revolted by you doing some mundane thing. Something positive even like this, and you wouldn't even know it. She wouldn't even express how, like, disgusted by you she is now. Can you imagine how destructive that is to men's, like, mind? We talk so much about how, like, societal expectations for women affect them from a young age, affect their psychology. Can you imagine how much seeing shit like this affects young men? Like, the idea that, like, anything they do could be seen as revolting to women. When, let's be honest, men are only seen as valuable to society if they can provide wealth, protection, or sexual gratification to women at a large scale. That is the only time men are seen as anything close to valuable by society. So the idea that just doing a somersault with your future daughter in the yard could give your future wife the ick? Can you imagine how fucking psychologically destructive that is for young men? Seeing these TikToks virally going around on the website all day. Every day they see this shit. This battle of the sexes crap. Yeah, Gen Z dating is so fucked. That's what I'm talking about here. She's taking advantage. Like, her points here are so good. Her points here are fine. Like, she is completely correct here. Lauren is, Dadvocate. These are the videos that go viral and get a lot of views generally, and this is, like, what I discovered her from. Keep in mind, of course, the sketchy shit she's been up to when it comes to, like, the, family court stuff and other topics. But, like, this is the kind of stuff that goes viral and makes her look really good and hard to criticize. She seems like almost like a feminist who's just advocating for men. And maybe that is what she is, and she's just kind of missing on a few things and making some mistakes, but God, editing out his response in the way that she did feels so sus. Anyway, we'll watch the rest of this so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. Like, the type of, like, social anxiety and mental damage, for lack of a better term, that content creators like this take advantage of in young men, and what creates it is primarily what I want to look at right now.
Ants do a cartwheel with their daughter, tread water, just drown, ride bikes, do the wave, go bowling.
This is them on a date, I guess?
Or have sepsis.
That's gotta be a joke.
Yeah, I found this one. Could you barely not die?
That's gotta be a joke. I hope the one where it's Newick Unlock having sepsis and it's the guy getting out of a hospital bed with crutches and like hobbling over to a bathroom. I hope that one's fake. But you know that most of the guys who are like teenagers that see it think it's real and think, wow, another demonic woman. If she doesn't stop playing this fucking Rihanna song, I swear to God. It's not her. That's the music that the TikToks use. They use that clip from the Rihanna song in every one of them, because that's how TikTok works with their trends, and they call it New Ick Unlocked, and then show an image of a guy that they're in a relationship doing something that revolts them. Usually, like, and icks aren't like, ick isn't something normal, by the way. TikToks, thank you. That's what they're called. An ick isn't something normal. Like, let's say a guy has, like, a criminal record, you know? That is not an ick. An ick is specifically something completely normal and mundane that apparently disgusts women. I didn't even know this was supposed to be a thing. Like, apparently women have icks. Like, the idea of women having icks is, like, terrifying to most Gen Z dudes, right? And this is just one example of many that I think kind of, like, primes a lot of dudes in this age demographic to feel as though they're under attack in some way.
Die in a way that's a little bit more...
Less so that they're under attack, but more so that they're hopeless. And the fact that they've decided to resign themselves to that hopelessness has been what's made them under attack. How many times have you seen these guys claim that because they aren't gonna date women, women are gonna get mad at them? Like, because they're abstaining from the dating world, women will be upset with them about it. Like, they'll claim that's what's gonna happen. How many times have you seen it? I have. Let's see how these women act whenever I refuse to date them and they're 40 years old and they've got 30 cats and their ovaries are drying up. How many times have you heard that shit? For me, it's too many damn times.
More masculine, please. Ladies, the problem with this trend...
Poor hygiene is not an ick. Once again, icks are not things that are reasonable deal breakers. The idea of an ick is that it's a completely normal thing that you would do without even realizing it. that has made the girl that you're in a relationship with disgusted by you. Pretty much making it so she'll... The idea of the ick is that you have permanently made her unable to find you attractive ever again by doing that thing. It's really toxic. Like, putting that idea into young men's heads that they could, like, laugh a certain way and that's going to be a girl's ick. That they're in a relationship. God forbid that could be their future wife. And that they could give the ick and their marriage is done. And they would never know what that ick is. Or just the knowledge that women have these things almost feels like fuel towards a misogyny fire. Like, how dare women think so little of me for doing a somersault with my daughter? Like, how could, like, young teenage boys not think that when seeing those videos of toxic-ass women putting down men? How could these young men's response not be to want to put down those women at least? And that type of anxiety and like, anger builds up and gets taken advantage of by the Andrew Tates of the world.
Is very simple. First of all, you would be falling down the wall, throwing up, sobbing on the floor if someone recorded a video of your legs underwater just to upload it to call them weird or gross. But
True.
Second and most importantly, how are we as women going to tell men to stop perpetuating the patriarchy? The patriarchy being an oppressive system that forces men to never show weakness and women to remain quiet and pure, then create an entire trend where we demean and humiliate men based off of any tiny thing that could even remotely be perceived as weak or feminine. So you're telling me that we've struggled for years with men feeling they're better off working overtime than at home doing cartwheels with our daughter, but we condemn him when he does. We struggle with getting men to come up with exciting new dates, but when he takes us swimming or cycling, we condemn him for not doing it manly enough.
So this is another thing that stood out to me, is every time she'd call out, like, a specific woman, she'd then go on to say, hey, this is a thing that all women do. Like, she'd be like, why do we women get upset at men when they blank and blank and blank? It's like, this was one video and, like, a dozen TikTok video. Why are you talking about it like this is some epidemic among women, that they freak out over men not folding the decorative towels well enough or whatever? Most relationship, like, fallouts are not happening over the decorative towels being folded the wrong way. They're happening over money and abuse and cheating and infidelity. And people realizing maybe they got in a relationship before they knew who the person they were in a relationship with really was. This her pretending like most, like, women are fighting with their husbands over entirely mundane shit is very, very fantasy world. It's very much like trying to appease the I hate my wife humor kind of guys, you know? I don't know. If it is true that she's, like, some kind of covert red pillar trying to grift money, then I think this is really insidious and dangerous, but I really don't want her to be. She has some good content and has some pretty damn good takes, and I think she does good stuff most of the time. It's just she's done some stuff that really feels weird to me. You know, like, it just... It feels almost like intentional dishonesty is the only explanation. I would love to have a combo with her. If you guys can somehow make that happen, because that's what you guys have to do. I can't just, like, make that happen magically. You guys got to make it happen. Then I'd love to see it. Maybe she'll respond to me. Who knows? That could be a cool arc. The Dadvocate Xander Hall response video back and forth. So that could be crazy. I don't know. But I would like to actually talk this out, like, one-on-one on stream. I think that'd be nice. That said, though, that's pretty much all I have to say on it. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Nice seg, good seg. I'm glad you guys liked it. Do you think any of these could be satirical licks? Or satirical icks? Some of them were probably satire. Like, I think the sepsis one definitely was. The problem is, like, how many times have you seen, like, the most obviously AI-generated image, or photoshopped image, or fake video, and seen thousands of, like, just fridge temp IQ NPC type responses from people thinking it's 100% real? Like, the idea of it being fake never crossed their mind. And you can tell they're like mostly Gen Zers, too. X in a nutshell, pretty much. Yeah, Twitter. Like, those are the people who are seeing those, and they are not considering whether or not it's a skit. It's having the same effect as whether or not it was real. Twitter is reserved for the good side. Sherple, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Very kind and based of you. Says, hi Zan, I've been watching for a while and figured I should sub. I need a Xander Hall break after watching an infuriating video by a YouTuber I thought was okay. I'm sorry, Sherple. Yeah, I also thought that that her content was okay. I hope we can have a combo and work things out, but I saw some sussy shit. It seems pretty sussy to me, to be honest. I think there's some susserino going down. Anyway, thank you for the support, Sherple. Guys, I've been live for almost 5 hours, and I'm tired, my friends. So here is where I must call things to an end. You have all been so amazing and supportive today. I hope you guys like the new lighting, by the way. I'm going to switch up the colors almost every stream. So it should be pretty cool and interesting and different every time. And I'm also going to have a whole nother one of these things set up in here tomorrow. So there's going to be double the light pattern on the wall. So the areas that are dark and not really filled in right now are actually going to be fully filled in. Like the full background will look like where it does here. I want to make the entire background as lit up as it is in this area. And that's what I'm going to be doing when the second one arrives in the morning. Because I already ordered it when I saw how good this one was. Ooh. So yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. Streams and the lighting for my streams are going to be pretty crazy from here on out. But yeah, honestly, I want one. I'm super jelly. $35 on Amazon, guys. They aren't that expensive, honestly. With all that said, here's where I must draw things to an end. Thank you all so much for watching. You are all amazing and beautiful and epic. I love you all very much. And always, as always, have a good one. Bye, everybody. Doo-doo fart.